Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I lost my dad last December, and I'm still not okay. We weren't just father and son, we were best friends. He was this tough Air Force officer who could spot a red-tailed hawk from a mile away. But he'd also spend hours teaching me how to make his famous chili, dumping black pepper into everything until I'd sneeze myself into fits of laughter. When he died, it felt like someone had ripped half of my soul away. The farm where he lived his last years needed looking after. His dogs were still there, confused and waiting for him to come home. The chickens kept laying eggs that nobody was collecting. I couldn't bear the thought of strangers handling his animals, so I drove out there to take care of things until we could find them proper homes. The place felt wrong without him. Every corner held memories. His coffee mug still sitting by the kitchen sink, his reading glasses folded on the table next to a half-finished crossword puzzle. I kept expecting to hear his voice calling out from the back porch, asking if I wanted to help him fix something that probably wasn't even broken. He just liked having projects we could work on together. My half-brother showed up on the third day. I think he was worried about me being out there alone, wallowing in grief. He suggested we build a fire in the backyard, like Dad used to do when we were kids. We dragged some old logs into a circle and got a decent blaze going as the sun started setting. The flames felt good against the October chill, and for the first time since the funeral, I actually felt a little bit of peace. We talked about Dad for maybe 30 minutes. Normal stuff, funny stories, memories, the way he used to burn everything he cooked, except for that one perfect chili recipe. My brother was telling me about how Dad had called him just 2 weeks before he died, rambling about some rare bird he'd spotted near the pond, when something made us both look up. This bald eagle came flying over the tree line, heading straight toward us. Now, I'd been out to that farm hundreds of times over the years, and I'd never seen a bald eagle there. Red-tailed hawks, sure. Turkey vultures circling roadkill, definitely. But never a bald eagle. The thing that made my skin crawl was how low it was flying. This wasn't some eagle hunting for fish or small animals. It was maybe 5 feet above our heads, close enough that I could see every detail of its feathers, the way its talons were tucked up against its body. It flew directly over us, slow and deliberate, then circled back and did it again. My brother stopped talking mid-sentence. We both just stared as this massive bird made another pass, even lower this time. It wasn't hunting. There was no prey around our fire. It wasn't being territorial. We weren't near any nest. It was like it wanted us to see it, to notice it was there. "That's weird," my brother said. But his voice had this strange quality to it, like he was trying to convince himself it was just a coincidence. I couldn't speak. Something about the way that eagle moved, the timing of it, the fact that Dad had been obsessed with bird watching his entire life. It hit me like a punch to the chest. This wasn't random. This was Dad. The eagle made one final pass, so close I could have reached up and touched it if I'd been standing. Then it flew off toward the pond where Dad used to sit for hours with his binoculars, and we didn't see it again. My brother left around 9 o'clock. He offered to stay the night, but I told him I was fine, that I needed some time alone to think. Truth was, I wasn't fine at all. That eagle had shaken something loose inside me, some hope I didn't know I was carrying, that maybe death wasn't the end, that maybe Dad was still around somehow. I sat by the dying fire for another hour, just thinking and listening to the night sounds. Finally got cold enough that I decided to head inside. The back door led straight into the kitchen, and I was fumbling around looking for the light switch when I heard this crash from across the room. The sound came from the spice rack. this wooden thing Dad had mounted on the wall next to the stove. When I got the lights on, I saw one of the spice containers had somehow fallen off the shelf and was lying on the floor about 4 feet away from the wall. Black pepper. Of course it was black pepper. Now this wasn't some flimsy spice rack with wobbly shelves. Dad had built it himself, solid wood with proper brackets screwed into the wall studs. Those spice containers had been sitting there for years without moving. There were maybe 15 different spices on that rack. Salt, garlic powder, paprika, oregano, all kinds of stuff. But only the black pepper had fallen. I picked up the container and my hands were shaking. The lid had popped off when it hit the floor, and black pepper was scattered everywhere. The smell of it filled the kitchen, that sharp, familiar scent that always reminded me of Dad's cooking. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the container had been sitting wrong on the shelf. Maybe vibrations from me walking across the floor had knocked it loose. Maybe the temperature change from opening the back door had caused the wood to contract or expand just enough to shift things around. But deep down, I knew none of those explanations made sense. The spice rack was solid. The other containers hadn't moved at all. And the timing, right after I came inside, right after that eagle had circled over us like it was trying to send a message. This was when the terror hit me, mixed with this overwhelming wave of emotion I wasn't prepared for. Not terror of ghosts or supernatural stuff. Terror that I was losing my mind, that grief was making me see connections that didn't exist. But also terror that maybe the connections were real, that Dad was somehow still here, still trying to communicate with me from wherever he'd gone. I cleaned up the black pepper with shaking hands, swept every grain off the floor and counter, put the empty container back on the shelf next to all the others. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had just changed, that the barrier between life and death wasn't as solid as I'd always believed. That night, I got drunk. Really properly drunk on Dad's bourbon. This expensive bottle he'd been saving for some special occasion that never came. I sat at his kitchen table, the same place where he'd eaten breakfast every morning for the past 5 years, and I drank until the room started spinning. And then I started talking to him, started saying all the things I'd never gotten the chance to say when he was alive. How proud I was of his military service, how grateful I was for all the life lessons he'd taught me, how sorry I was that we'd wasted so much time on stupid arguments about politics and money and things that didn't matter. I told him about how scared I was of living in a world without him, how I didn't know how to fix a leaking faucet or change the oil in my car or make decisions without calling him first to ask his opinion. I cried until my chest ached, ugly sobbing that left me gasping for air. Somewhere around 2 in the morning I started yelling. Not at Dad, at God, at the universe, at whatever cosmic force had decided to take him away from me. I stumbled out onto the back porch and screamed at the sky, demanding to know why good people had to die while terrible people lived forever. Why Dad had to suffer through months of chemotherapy that didn't work. Why I had to lose the most important person in my life when I was only 28 years old and still needed him so badly. The night was completely still. No wind, no sounds except for my own voice echoing across the empty fields. But when I finally ran out of things to yell about and collapsed into one of Dad's old lawn chairs, I felt something I hadn't felt since he died. Not peace exactly, but acknowledgement. Like something had heard me and understood. I must have passed out there on the porch, because the next thing I knew, the sun was coming up, and I was stiff and cold and hungover beyond belief. But when I looked toward the pond, where Dad used to go bird watching, there was that bald eagle again, perched on the dead oak tree he'd always said would make a perfect nesting spot if any eagles ever moved to the area. The eagle stayed there for maybe 10 minutes while I watched from the porch, then spread its wings and flew away toward the sunrise. I never saw it again after that, Not in all the times I went back to the farm to check on things or handle estate business. But I didn't need to see it again. I knew what I'd experienced that night wasn't grief-induced hallucinations or wishful thinking. Dad had found a way to let me know he was okay, that he was still watching over me somehow. The eagle, the black pepper, those weren't coincidences. They were messages delivered in the language Dad and I had always shared. Birds and cooking and moments of connection that didn't need words to explain. It's been almost a year now, and I still can't fully explain what happened that night at the farm. I've talked to grief counselors who say it's normal to look for signs from deceased loved ones, that our brains are wired to find patterns and meaning even in random events. Maybe they're right. Maybe I was so desperate for contact with Dad that I interpreted natural occurrences as supernatural communication. But I don't think so. I think there are things in this world that science can't explain yet, connections between people that don't get severed just because one person's heart stops beating. I think Dad found a way to tell me goodbye properly, to let me say all the things I needed to say, even if he couldn't answer back in words I could hear. The farm has new owners now, a young couple with kids who are turning it into the kind of lively, happy place Dad would have loved. His dogs found good homes with people who had enough land for them to run around. The chickens went to a neighbor who'd always admired Dad's flock. Sometimes I drive past the farm on my way to other places, and I always look for that bald eagle near the pond. I haven't seen it again, but that's okay. I know Dad isn't stuck there anymore, isn't trying to get my attention or send me desperate messages from beyond. He said what he needed to say that night, and I said what I needed to say back. But I still put black pepper on everything I cook, way more than any recipe calls for. And sometimes, when I'm grinding it fresh and that sharp smell fills my kitchen, I swear I can almost hear Dad laughing, telling me I'm finally learning to season food properly. Those moments don't scare me anymore. They make me feel like maybe the most important connections in our lives don't really end. They just change form, become something quieter, but no less real. I kept that empty black pepper container from Dad's spice rack. It sits on my own kitchen shelf now, right where I can see it every day. A reminder that love doesn't die with the body, that the people who matter most to us find ways to stay close even when they can't physically be there anymore. And on the really hard days, when I miss him so much it feels like drowning, I remember that eagle circling low over the fire, and I know Dad is still out there somewhere, still watching, still proud of the man he helped raise, still putting way too much black pepper on everything, wherever he is now. Story 2. I worked at St. Mary's Hospital for 7 years, and I thought I'd seen everything that old building had to offer. The place was this weird mix of original 1920s architecture with newer additions tacked on over the decades. You could literally feel the age difference when you walked from one section to another. The old parts had this heavy, oppressive atmosphere that made your skin crawl, while the newer wings felt normal, modern, sterile like hospitals should be. The elevator system was this ancient nightmare that connected the old building to the newer sections. Most of us avoided using it whenever possible because it was slow, unreliable, and made these horrible grinding noises that sounded like it was going to collapse at any moment. But sometimes you didn't have a choice, especially during night shifts when you were running between departments and needed to get somewhere fast. This happened on a Tuesday night in March, around 11:30. I remember the exact time because I'd just finished checking on a patient in the cardiac unit and needed to get down to pharmacy to pick up some medications before they closed at midnight. The cardiac unit was on the 4th floor of the old building, and pharmacy was on the 2nd floor of the new addition. Normally, I would have taken the stairs, but I was already running late, and my feet were killing me from a 12-hour shift. The elevator was waiting there with its doors open, which should have been my first warning sign. That thing never just sat there waiting. It was always creaking and groaning its way between floors, making everyone wait. But I was tired and stressed about getting to pharmacy on time, so I stepped inside without thinking about it. The inside of that elevator was like stepping back in time. The walls were this dark wood paneling that had probably been elegant in the 1920s, but now just looked gloomy and outdated. The buttons were these old brass things that had turned green with age, and the floor was covered in worn linoleum that squeaked under your feet. There was always this musty smell in there, like old paper and disinfectant that had soaked into the wood over decades. I pressed the button for the second floor and waited for the doors to close. The elevator lurched into motion with its usual grinding sound, but instead of going up like I expected, I felt my stomach drop as we started descending. My first thought was that someone else must have called the elevator from below. It happened all the time in that old building. People would hit the call button and then get impatient and take the stairs, leaving the elevator to make pointless trips. But as we kept going down, I started to feel uneasy. We passed the first floor, where I could hear the familiar sounds of the main lobby, people talking, phones ringing, the normal late-night hospital noise. Then we went past the ground level and kept descending into the basement levels I rarely visited. The basement of St. Mary's was where they kept all the stuff nobody wanted to think about. Storage rooms full of old medical equipment, the industrial laundry, maintenance shops, and at the very bottom, the morgue. Most of the hospital staff avoided going down there unless their job specifically required it. It was cold, poorly lit, and had this atmosphere that made you want to get your business done and get out as fast as possible. The elevator finally stopped with a mechanical thunk that echoed through the shaft. I expected the doors to open immediately like they always did, but nothing happened. I waited a few seconds, then pressed the door open button. Still nothing. The elevator just sat there with me trapped inside, the lights flickering slightly and casting weird shadows on the wood paneling. I tried pressing different floor buttons, thinking maybe I could override whatever was causing the malfunction. The second floor button where I needed to go, the first floor, even the fourth floor where I'd started. Nothing worked. The elevator seemed completely unresponsive to any input from me. That's when I started to panic a little. Being stuck in an elevator is bad enough during the day when there are maintenance people around to help, but at 11:30 at night, in the basement of an old hospital, with pharmacy closing in 30 minutes and no one expecting me anywhere specific, the situation felt a lot more serious. I tried using the emergency phone that was mounted on the wall next to the buttons. The thing was so old it still had a rotary dial, but when I picked up the handset, there was no dial tone. Just this weird static sound that made my skin crawl. I hung up and tried again, but got the same result. The really creepy part was how quiet everything had become. During normal elevator rides, you could always hear sounds from the floors you were passing. Footsteps, voices, equipment being moved around. But sitting there in the basement, there was nothing. Just this dead silence that seemed to press in on me from all sides. I checked my watch, 11:35. I'd been stuck for about 5 minutes, which doesn't sound like much, but when you're trapped in a small space with no way to communicate with the outside world, every minute feels like an hour. I was starting to sweat despite the fact that the basement was always cold. That's when the doors finally opened. The hallway outside was dimly lit by these old fluorescent lights that buzzed and flickered constantly. The walls were painted this institutional green color that looked gray under the bad lighting, and the floor was polished concrete that reflected the lights in weird ways. There was this smell in the air, not just the usual hospital disinfectant, but something else underneath it, something organic and unpleasant that I couldn't identify. I looked out into the hallway, expecting to see someone who had called the elevator. A maintenance worker doing late-night repairs, maybe, or someone from the morgue finishing up paperwork. But the hallway was completely empty, not a single person in sight. The elevator doors stayed open, which was bizarre. Those doors never stayed open for more than a few seconds before automatically closing. It was like some kind of safety feature to prevent people from holding up the elevator. But now they were just sitting there, wide open, like the elevator was inviting me to get out. I stayed inside and kept pressing buttons, trying to get the thing to respond. The second floor button over and over again, then the first floor, then any floor that might get me out of the basement. But nothing worked. The elevator just sat there with its doors open, completely unresponsive to anything I did. After about 5 minutes of this, I was getting desperate. Pharmacy was going to close in 20 minutes, and I had medications that needed to be picked up for patients who would need them first thing in the morning. I couldn't just sit in this broken elevator all night, waiting for someone to rescue me. So I made the decision that still gives me chills when I think about it. I stepped out of the elevator. The moment my foot hit the concrete floor of the basement hallway, I heard the doors slam shut behind me, not the slow mechanical closing you'd expect from an old elevator. These doors slammed like someone had yanked them closed with tremendous force. The sound echoed through the empty hallway like a gunshot. I spun around and immediately pressed the call button next to the elevator. The up arrow lit up, indicating that my call had been registered, but I could hear the elevator already moving. The mechanical sounds were getting fainter as it ascended through the floors, leaving me stranded in the basement. And that's when I realized where I was. The hallway I was standing in led directly to the morgue. I'd only been down there once before, during my first week on the job, when my supervisor had given me a tour of the entire hospital. But I recognized the layout immediately. The wide corridor with its buzzing fluorescent lights, the heavy double doors at the end with their small rectangular windows, the signs on the wall indicating different departments and storage areas. The morgue at St. Mary's was this old-fashioned setup that probably hadn't been updated since the hospital was built. Heavy metal doors, tile walls that could be hosed down for cleaning, and that constant cold that seemed to seep into your bones. Even during my brief tour years earlier, I'd gotten out of there as fast as possible. There was something about the place that made me deeply uncomfortable, like walking into a tomb. Now, I was standing alone in the hallway that led to it, at almost midnight, with no way to get back upstairs. I tried to stay calm and think through my options. There had to be stairs somewhere. Every building had emergency exits, especially hospitals. If I could find a stairwell, I could walk up to the pharmacy level and forget this whole nightmare had happened. I started walking down the hallway, away from the morgue, looking for exit signs or stairwell doors. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed and flickered as I passed under them, casting these moving shadows that made everything look distorted and threatening. My footsteps echoed off the concrete floor and tile walls, creating this hollow sound that seemed to follow me. But the weird thing was, I couldn't find any stairs. The hallway just kept going, with doors leading to various storage rooms and utility areas, but no emergency exits. It was like the basement had been designed as this isolated level, with the elevator as the only way in or out. I tried some of the doors I passed, thinking maybe I could find a phone to call for help, or at least a different route upstairs. But every single door was locked. Not just locked. They felt solid and unmovable, like they'd been sealed shut permanently. After about 10 minutes of wandering around in circles, I was starting to panic for real. My watch showed 11:50. Pharmacy would be closing in 10 minutes, and I was trapped in the basement with no way to contact anyone or get back upstairs. Worse, the night shift supervisor would eventually notice I was missing, but it could be hours before anyone thought to look for me down here. That's when I heard the elevator moving again. The sound of the motor and cables was unmistakable, even from the other end of the hallway. Someone or something had called the elevator, and it was coming back down to the basement level. My first reaction was relief. Maybe it was maintenance coming to fix whatever had caused the malfunction. Or maybe someone else needed to access the basement for legitimate reasons. I practically ran back to the elevator, reaching the doors just as they opened. But there was nobody inside. The elevator was completely empty, just like it had been when the doors first opened and stranded me down here. The old wood paneling, the brass buttons, the worn linoleum floor, everything looked exactly the same. But now the button for the second floor was lit up, glowing with this soft yellow light that hadn't been there before. I didn't hesitate. I jumped into that elevator so fast I almost tripped over my own feet. The moment I was inside, I pressed the second floor button multiple times, desperate to get out of that basement and back to the normal part of the hospital. And the elevator responded immediately. The doors closed with their normal mechanical sound, and I felt my stomach lift as we started ascending. First floor, second floor, the elevator stopped exactly where I had originally wanted to go, and the doors opened onto the familiar, well-lit hallway of the pharmacy wing. I got out and immediately looked back at the elevator. The second floor button was no longer lit up. All the buttons looked normal, just old brass fixtures that had seen decades of use. If I hadn't just lived through the experience, I might have convinced myself that the whole thing had been some kind of stress-induced hallucination. But my watch told the real story. It was 12:05. Pharmacy had been closed for 5 minutes. What should have been a simple 2-minute elevator ride had taken over 30 minutes, and I had no way to explain where that time had gone. I walked to the pharmacy anyway, hoping someone might still be there, finishing up paperwork or cleaning. But the department was dark and locked up tight. The medications I was supposed to pick up would have to wait until the morning shift, which meant explaining to my supervisor why I'd failed to complete a simple task. I took the stairs back up to the 4th floor. I wasn't getting in that elevator again, not that night. As I climbed, I kept thinking about what had happened. The elevator taking me to the basement instead of the 2nd floor could have been a mechanical malfunction. Old elevators do weird things, and St. Mary's was notorious for its aging infrastructure. But the doors staying open for exactly the amount of time it took for me to get desperate enough to step out, that wasn't mechanical. And the elevator returning empty to pick me up, with the correct floor button already lit up, that was something else entirely. Something that felt deliberate and intelligent, like I was being manipulated by something that understood exactly how to trap me and then release me. The worst part was the location. Out of all the floors in that hospital, why had the elevator taken me to the basement level that housed the morgue? Why had it opened its doors in the hallway that led directly to the place where dead bodies were stored and prepared for burial? I finished my shift without incident, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something down in that basement had wanted me there. Not to hurt me, necessarily, but to make contact somehow, to draw my attention to something that existed in the old parts of the hospital, something that used the elevator system to interact with the living world above. Over the next few weeks, I started paying attention to stories from other staff members about the elevator. Turns out, I wasn't the first person to have a strange experience with that thing. One of the night nurses told me about getting stuck between floors for 20 minutes, with the elevator making sounds like someone was pounding on the shaft walls from the outside. A maintenance worker mentioned that the elevator would sometimes go to floors that weren't even accessible to patients or staff, sub-basements that had been sealed off years ago for safety reasons. But nobody else had been taken specifically to the morgue level. Nobody else had experienced that deliberate, intelligent manipulation that felt like something was trying to communicate. Whatever was down there in the basement, it had singled me out for some reason I still don't understand. I worked at St. Mary's for 3 more years after that night, and I never used that elevator again. I took the stairs everywhere, even when I was exhausted or running late. My supervisor eventually asked me about it, and I made up some excuse about wanting the exercise. But the truth was, I couldn't handle the thought of being trapped in that small space again. at the mercy of whatever presence had control over those old mechanical systems. The hospital was demolished 2 years ago to make room for a new medical complex. When I drove by during the demolition, I watched them tear down the old building section by section. The elevator shaft was one of the last things to go, and even from the street, I could see the dark opening where those doors had opened and closed for decades. I still don't know what happened to me that night. Maybe it was just a series of mechanical failures and coincidences that my stressed-out brain interpreted as something supernatural. Maybe old buildings develop their own strange behaviors over time, and what I experienced was just the quirks of aging infrastructure. But I know what I felt down in that basement hallway. I know how deliberately that elevator had behaved, how perfectly timed everything was to create the maximum amount of fear and confusion. Something in that morgue level had reached out to me, had used the elevator system to bring me into its domain for reasons I'll probably never understand. And sometimes, late at night when I'm working at my new hospital with its modern elevators and bright LED lighting, I still think about that basement hallway, about what might have been waiting for me behind those heavy morgue doors, and what would have happened if I'd been brave enough or foolish enough to find out. Story 3. My dad bought our house in 1965 for what seemed like a steal at the time. 4,200 square feet in the West Hills, built in the 1920s when people actually knew how to construct houses that would last. The thing was massive. High ceilings, hardwood floors throughout, these huge windows that let in tons of natural light during the day. It should have cost way more than what my dad paid for it, but the previous owners were desperate to sell. We found out why pretty quickly after we moved in. The first hint something was wrong came from my mum. She started having these nightmares maybe 2 weeks after we settled into the house. Not normal bad dreams that everyone gets sometimes. These were different. She'd wake up screaming in the middle of the night, gasping like she'd been drowning, her nightgown soaked in sweat, even though it was late fall and the house stayed pretty cool. When my dad would shake her awake, she'd tell him about this dark figure standing over their bed. Not a person exactly, but this masculine presence that felt hostile and threatening. She said it would hover there in the darkness, just watching her sleep, and she could feel its attention like a weight pressing down on her chest. My dad didn't take it seriously at first. He figured it was stress from the move, maybe anxiety about living in such a big old house after years in a small apartment. He'd comfort her, get her a glass of water, and eventually she'd fall back asleep. But it kept happening, night after night, always the same thing. This dark, masculine figure looming over her while she slept. What made it really terrifying was how specific the details were. My mum would describe exactly where the figure stood, always on the same side of the bed. She'd talk about how it felt male, definitely male, and how it seemed to be studying her with this cold intelligence that made her skin crawl. The worst part was that she could never see its face clearly. It was like looking at a shadow that had somehow become three-dimensional and gained awareness. The nightmares were so bad that my parents started leaving the hallway lights on at night. Our house had this long main corridor that connected all the bedrooms, and my dad thought maybe having some light filtering under the door would help my mum feel safer. For a few nights, it seemed to work. She slept better, didn't wake up screaming, and we all started to relax. But then my aunt came to visit. My mum's sister had just gotten out of the hospital after some kind of surgery. I was too young to understand the details, but it was serious enough that she needed somewhere quiet to recover. My parents offered her our guest room, which was down the hall from their bedroom, thinking she could rest peacefully in our big house, away from the noise of her apartment complex. The first night my aunt stayed with us, everything seemed fine. She was tired from the surgery and the medication, went to bed early, and we all expected her to sleep soundly. But around 2 in the morning, we heard screaming coming from the guest room. Not just any screaming, the same desperate, terrified screaming my mom had been doing. My dad ran down the hall and found my aunt sitting up in bed, shaking and crying, pointing at the corner of the room where nothing was visible to the rest of us. She described exactly the same thing my mom had been experiencing. A dark, masculine figure standing in the room, watching her sleep. She said it had been there when she woke up, just looming over the bed like it was studying her. The details matched perfectly with what my mom had been reporting. The sense of male presence, the feeling of being watched by something hostile, the way the figure seemed to dissolve into shadow when she tried to focus on it directly. That's when my dad started taking this seriously. Two different women sleeping in different rooms, having identical experiences with some kind of dark presence in the house. He started asking around the neighborhood, trying to find out more about the history of our property. What he learned made everything worse. Turns out the FBI had been to our house before my dad bought it. A woman had been found dead in the garage, murdered, though the neighbors weren't clear on the details. The previous owners had been questioned extensively, and while they were never charged with anything, the investigation had dragged on for months. That's why they'd been so eager to sell, willing to take way less than the house was worth just to get out. My dad tried to get more information from the police, but this was 1965, and records weren't as accessible as they are now. All he could find out was that a woman had died violently on the property, and that the circumstances had been suspicious enough to bring in federal investigators. Around this time, my dad noticed something else about the house. The nightmares only happened when the doors along the main hallway weren't locked. If my parents locked their bedroom door before going to sleep, my mom would rest peacefully all night. Same thing with the guest room. When my aunt locked her door, she had no problems. But if any of the doors were left unlocked, the dark figure would appear. This became our routine. Every night before bed, everyone in the house would lock their bedroom doors. It sounds paranoid when I describe it now, but it worked. As long as the doors were locked, the presence couldn't get in, couldn't stand over people while they slept and fill them with that paralyzing terror. But here's the thing that still gives me chills. None of us kids experienced anything. My sisters and I slept soundly every night, doors locked or unlocked. Whatever this presence was, it only seemed interested in adult women. It would target my mom, it would target my aunt, but it left us children completely alone. Years later, after my sisters had grown up and moved out, I learned they'd had their own experiences in that house. Not the same dark figure that terrorized my mom and aunt, but other things. Cold spots in certain rooms, the feeling of being watched when they were alone, doors opening and closing by themselves. They'd never mentioned any of it while we were living there, because my parents were already dealing with enough. The worst part about living in that house wasn't just the supernatural stuff. It was how it changed the whole family dynamic. My mum became this nervous, jumpy person who'd never been that way before. She started avoiding certain parts of the house, especially the hallway that led to the bedrooms. During the day, she was fine, but as evening approached, you could see the anxiety building in her face. My dad became obsessed with security. He installed new locks on all the doors, had the garage thoroughly cleaned and repainted, even had the entire house blessed by our priest. Nothing made any difference. As long as the bedroom doors were unlocked at night, the dark figure would return. The garage was the worst part of the whole property. Even during the day, none of us wanted to spend time out there. It had this oppressive atmosphere that made you want to leave as quickly as possible. My dad stored his tools and lawn equipment in there, but he'd rush in and out like he was afraid something might grab him if he stayed too long. What really got to me was thinking about that woman who died in there. Had she experienced the same dark presence that was tormenting my mom? Had this masculine figure been part of her life before her death, or had her murder somehow created or awakened it? The timing seemed too perfect to be coincidental. A woman dies violently in the garage, and then adult women in the house start being terrorized by a hostile male presence. The thing that bothers me most, even now, is how intelligent the presence seemed. It wasn't just some mindless ghost randomly scaring people. It specifically targeted women. It avoided children completely, and it responded to locked doors like it understood boundaries. There was something calculating about its behavior that suggested awareness and intention. We lived in that house for 8 years, and the pattern never changed. Every night, doors had to be locked or the nightmares would start. Every morning, my mom would check that all the locks had held through the night. It became this ritual that governed our entire family's sleep schedule. When we finally moved out, it wasn't because of the supernatural activity. My dad got a job transfer that required relocating to another state. But I remember the relief on my mom's face when we packed up the last of our belongings. She'd lived in fear for 8 years, afraid to sleep without a locked door between her and whatever presence inhabited that house. About 10 years ago, I was back in the old neighborhood for a work conference and decided to drive by the house. It looked exactly the same from the outside. Same massive size, same 1920s architecture, same large windows. But there was something that made my blood run cold. The current owners had completely walled up the garage, not just sealed the doors. They'd bricked up the entire structure so it was no longer accessible from inside or outside the house. Where there used to be garage doors facing the street, there was now just a solid brick wall that matched the rest of the house's exterior. I couldn't stop staring at that wall. Why would anyone go to the expense and trouble of completely sealing off a large garage unless something was seriously wrong with that space? It wasn't like they'd converted it into living space. You could tell from the roof line that the original garage structure was still there, just made completely inaccessible. I rang the doorbell, hoping to talk to the current owners about the house's history. A woman in her 50s answered, and when I explained that my family had lived there in the 1970s, her face went white. She invited me in for coffee, and we sat in the same living room where I'd spent my childhood. The house felt different, lighter somehow, less oppressive than I remembered. But when I mentioned the garage, she got this haunted look in her eyes. She told me they'd bought the house 15 years earlier and had experienced exactly what my family had gone through. Adult women in the house would have nightmares about a dark masculine presence standing over their beds. The woman's teenage daughter had been terrorized by the same figure, always in the middle of the night, always when bedroom doors weren't locked. But the worst part, she said, was what they'd discovered in the garage. They'd been using the space for storage when they first moved in, but it always felt wrong. Cold, even in summer, this heavy atmosphere that made you want to leave immediately. Her husband had been organizing tools out there one afternoon when he'd noticed that one section of the concrete floor sounded different when you walked on it. They'd had the floor examined and discovered that part of it had been repoured relatively recently, probably sometime in the 1960s, around the time of the murder investigation. Whatever was underneath that concrete, it was something the previous owners had wanted to hide permanently. The current owner told me they'd made the decision to seal off the entire garage rather than excavate the floor. She said they couldn't afford a proper archaeological investigation, and they were terrified of what they might find if they started digging. So they'd hired contractors to brick up every access point, essentially entombing whatever was hidden in that space. And here's the thing that still haunts me. She said the nightmares stopped immediately after they sealed the garage. The dark, masculine presence that had terrorized women in the house for decades just disappeared. No more locked doors required. No more midnight terrors. No more feeling of being watched by something hostile and predatory. It was like whatever had been buried under that concrete floor had finally been contained permanently. I left that conversation with more questions than answers. Had the woman who died in our garage been buried there? Had the FBI investigation missed evidence that was hidden right under their feet? Or was there something else entirely entombed in that space? Something connected to the house's original construction in the 1920s? The current owner gave me one final detail that made my skin crawl. She said the sealed garage space was exactly 700 square feet, large enough to hold secrets that had been hidden for decades. I still drive by that house sometimes when I'm in the area. The brick wall where the garage used to be looks solid and permanent, but I always wonder what's trapped behind it. What kind of presence was powerful enough to terrorize multiple families over multiple decades, but could be contained by simple physical barriers? And I think about all the women who lived in that house over the years. My mom, my aunt, my sisters, the current owner's family, probably others I never knew about. All of them experiencing the same masculine presence, the same feeling of being watched and threatened while they tried to sleep. Whatever was in that garage, whatever was buried under that concrete floor, it had an agenda that specifically targeted women. It had intelligence and persistence and the ability to create genuine terror in people's lives. But it also had limitations. Locked doors could keep it out, and physical barriers could contain it. The house still stands there in the West Hills, looking peaceful and normal from the outside. But behind that brick wall, in a space that's been sealed off from the world, something waits in the darkness. Something that once stood over sleeping women and filled them with the kind of fear that changes you permanently. I never told my mom about my visit to the old house or what the current owners had discovered. She's in her 80s now, and she deserves to live her remaining years without thinking about the terror she experienced in that place. But sometimes I catch her checking door locks obsessively, even in her current home, and I know that those 8 years of nightmares left scars that never fully healed. The truth is sealed behind 700 square feet of brick and concrete, and maybe that's for the best. Some secrets are too dangerous to uncover. Some presences are too malevolent to risk releasing back into the world. Whatever lurks in that walled-up space, it's contained now, trapped with its victims and its crimes in a tomb of its own making. But on quiet nights, when I'm lying in bed in my own house, I sometimes wonder if sealing off that garage really solved the problem or just moved it somewhere else. And I always make sure my bedroom door is locked before I go to sleep. Story 4. In 2023, my family decided to celebrate my sister's birthday at this cottage rental in Singapore. We'd found the place online, looked perfect in the photos, decent price, and it was supposed to be this peaceful getaway spot surrounded by nature. What we didn't know was that surrounded by nature meant isolated as hell, sitting right next to a dense forest area with no other houses for at least half a mile in any direction. My grandmother came with us, which should have been our first warning sign. She's this tiny woman in her 70s who usually loves exploring new places and chatting with everyone she meets. But the moment we pulled up to the cottage, she went completely silent, just stared out the car window at the building with this expression I'd never seen before. Not scared exactly, but like she was seeing something the rest of us couldn't. The cottage itself looked normal enough from the outside. Single story, white walls, red tile roof, surrounded by these perfectly manicured gardens that probably looked great during the day. But we were arriving in the late afternoon, and the shadows from the forest were already stretching across the property, making everything look darker than it should have been. As soon as we started unloading our stuff, my grandmother grabbed my arm and pulled me aside. Her grip was surprisingly strong for someone her age, and her voice was this urgent whisper when she said the words that still give me chills. If you see anything or hear anything tonight, don't say a word about it. Don't react, don't acknowledge it, just ignore it completely. I asked her what she meant, but she just shook her head and walked into the cottage without explaining. The rest of my family was busy carrying bags and getting excited about the birthday celebration, so I figured maybe she was just tired from the drive and being overly cautious about staying somewhere unfamiliar. The inside of the cottage was actually pretty nice. open floor plan, modern kitchen, comfortable furniture, big windows that would probably let in tons of natural light during the day. But there was something about the place that felt off, though I couldn't put my finger on what exactly. The air felt heavier than it should have, and there was this constant background noise. Not quite silence, but this subtle sound, like wind moving through trees, even though the evening was completely still. We spent the first few hours setting up for my sister's party, decorating the main room with balloons and streamers, arranging food on the kitchen counter, getting the music system connected. Normal family stuff that should have felt fun and relaxed, but I kept noticing little things that bothered me. The way certain corners of the room seemed darker than they should be, even with all the lights on. How the windows reflected the interior lighting in weird ways that made it hard to see outside clearly. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, while we were still setting up, this guy appeared at the front door. Not knocked or rang any kind of doorbell. He was just suddenly standing there when my dad happened to look outside. Middle-aged, local guy, wearing work clothes like he'd been doing some kind of manual labor. He seemed normal enough, but there was something about the way he was watching our cottage that made my skin crawl. My dad went outside to see what he wanted, and I followed because something about the situation felt wrong. The guy was standing maybe 20 feet from our front door, not approaching but not leaving either, just observing us through the windows. When my dad asked if he needed something, the guy looked directly at me and said something that made my blood run cold. He said the place was very active, and he hoped we understood what that meant. Not threatening, but like he was giving us a warning he wasn't supposed to give. His English wasn't perfect, but the message was clear enough. There was something unusual about this cottage, something we should be aware of. My dad tried to ask for more details, but the guy just kept looking at me with this serious expression. Then he said something about being careful if we stayed outside after dark, that the forest area behind the cottage wasn't safe for visitors. He pointed toward the tree line and mentioned something about old burial sites in the woods. That's when I realized what had been bothering me about the location. The cottage wasn't just isolated, it was built right at the edge of what looked like untouched forest, dense trees that blocked out most of the natural light, thick undergrowth that could hide pretty much anything. And if this guy was right about burial sites, that meant we were essentially staying next to an unmarked cemetery. The man left after that, walking back toward the main road, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he'd been trying to warn us about something specific. The way he'd focused on me during the conversation, like he could sense I was the type of person who might actually listen to his advice. We went back inside and continued with the party preparations, but the mood had definitely shifted. My grandmother kept shooting glances toward the windows facing the forest, and even my parents seemed more subdued than they'd been earlier. My sister was still excited about her birthday celebration, but there was this underlying tension in the room that everyone could feel. The party itself went fine at first. We had dinner, sang happy birthday, opened presents, played some music and danced around the living room. Normal family celebration stuff that helped distract from the weird atmosphere of the cottage. But as it got later and darker outside, I started noticing that none of us were really looking toward the windows anymore. Like we were all subconsciously avoiding seeing what might be out there in the forest. The other relatives who'd joined us for the party started leaving around 10 o'clock. They all lived locally and wanted to get home at a reasonable hour, but I noticed that several of them made comments about not wanting to drive past the forest area too late at night. One of my aunts mentioned that she'd always avoided this particular road after dark, though she couldn't explain why. By 11:30, it was just our immediate family left in the cottage. My parents, my sister, my grandmother, and me. The birthday girl was tired from all the excitement and went to bed early. My parents decided to turn in as well, leaving me and my grandmother in the main room, cleaning up the leftover party decorations. That's when my grandmother told me the real reason she'd warned us earlier. She said she could feel presences around the cottage, multiple spirits that weren't at rest. She'd sensed them the moment we arrived, but she'd been hoping they would leave us alone if we didn't acknowledge their existence. Old souls, she said, who'd been disturbed by people building on their resting place. I wanted to dismiss what she was telling me as superstition, but there was something about the way she said it that made me believe her. My grandmother isn't the type to make up stories or get spooked by shadows. She's this practical, no-nonsense woman who's lived through real hardships and doesn't scare easily. If she was worried about spiritual activity, there was probably a good reason. Around midnight, everyone else had gone to bed, but I wasn't tired yet. The birthday celebration had left me wired, and I figured I'd sit outside for a while to get some fresh air before trying to sleep. I grabbed a plate of leftover food from the kitchen and settled into one of the chairs on the back patio, facing toward the forest. The night was completely still. No wind, no sounds from traffic or other houses, just this dead silence that felt unnatural for a place surrounded by trees. There should have been night birds, insects, small animals moving around in the undergrowth, but there was nothing, like the entire forest was holding its breath. I was maybe halfway through my food when I heard someone calling my name, not shouting or yelling, more like a conversational tone, like someone was trying to get my attention from a few feet away. But the voice was coming from the direction of the forest, somewhere in the dark area between the cottage and the tree line where no one should have been standing. The sound made my heart stop. Clear as anything, my name being called by a voice I didn't recognize. Male voice, adult, speaking in English with an accent I couldn't identify. Not threatening, but definitely trying to get me to respond. I sat completely still, remembering my grandmother's warning about not acknowledging anything we might see or hear. The smart thing would have been to go inside immediately and lock the door behind me. But something about hearing my own name called from the darkness made me freeze in place, unable to move or even turn my head toward the sound. Then I heard it again, clearer this time and definitely closer. My name, called in the same conversational tone, like whoever was out there expected me to answer and come over to talk. The voice seemed to be coming from the edge of the forest, maybe 30 feet from where I was sitting, hidden in the shadows where the cottage's outdoor lighting didn't reach. That's when the crying started, soft at first, like someone trying not to be heard. A woman's voice, definitely female, coming from the same general direction as the person who'd been calling my name. Not loud sobbing or dramatic wailing, just this quiet, heartbroken crying that sounded like someone mourning a terrible loss. The sound was so genuinely sad that my first instinct was to go check if someone needed help. It sounded like a real person in real distress, not some supernatural phenomenon. But my grandmother's warning kept echoing in my head, and something about the timing felt too convenient. The voice calling my name, immediately followed by crying that would naturally make someone want to investigate. I forced myself to stay in the chair, trying to focus on finishing my food and ignoring the sounds from the forest. But the crying continued, getting slightly louder and more desperate. It was the kind of sound that cuts right through you, makes you feel guilty for not responding to someone who's obviously in pain. After maybe 5 minutes of this, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my plate and headed for the back door, planning to go inside and try to sleep. But as I was standing up from the chair, both sounds stopped instantly. The crying, the voice calling my name, everything went dead silent again, like someone had flipped a switch. I looked toward the forest, and for just a second, I thought I saw movement in the shadows between the trees. Not a person exactly, but something shifting in the darkness where no light could reach. Could have been my imagination, could have been branches moving in a breeze I couldn't feel from the patio. But it was enough to send me running for the door. I got inside and locked the back door behind me, my hands shaking as I turned the deadbolt. The cottage felt different now, not like the safe shelter it had seemed earlier. more like a thin barrier between me and whatever was out there in the forest, waiting in the darkness. I tried to convince myself that I'd imagined the whole thing. Stress from the strange warnings we'd received, combined with the isolated location and my grandmother's talk about spirits, had probably made me paranoid enough to interpret normal night sounds as something supernatural. But I knew what I'd heard, and it definitely wasn't normal. I went to bed but couldn't fall asleep. Every small sound from outside made me tense up, wondering if the voices would start again. The cottage was old enough that it made settling noises throughout the night, creaking wood, pipes expanding and contracting, the air conditioning unit cycling on and off. But mixed in with those normal sounds, I kept thinking I heard other things. Footsteps on the gravel around the cottage, whispered conversations I couldn't quite make out, tapping sounds against the windows. Around 3 in the morning, I must have finally dozed off, because I was awakened by my sister talking in the next room. She was awake and upset about something, speaking in hushed tones with my parents. I couldn't make out the words, but she sounded frightened. The next morning, we all gathered in the kitchen for breakfast, and that's when the real horror of our night became clear. Everyone had experienced something. My grandmother had seen a woman standing at the edge of the forest around 2 in the morning. She'd gotten up to use the bathroom and happened to glance out the window. The figure was just standing there motionless, barely visible in the shadows, but definitely female and definitely watching the cottage. My grandmother had followed her own advice and not reacted, just closed the bathroom door and avoided looking outside for the rest of the night. My mother had heard the crying while she was taking a shower before bed. Same sound I'd experienced. Quiet, heartbroken sobbing coming from outside the bathroom window that faced the forest. She'd assumed it was an animal at first, maybe an injured bird, but the sound was too human to dismiss. She'd finished her shower as quickly as possible and hadn't mentioned it to my father until morning. My father had felt someone touching his hair while he was lying in bed. Not my mother, she'd been asleep on the other side of the bed. Someone running their fingers through his hair and calling his name softly, trying to wake him up. He'd assumed he was dreaming until it happened 3 separate times throughout the night. But my sister's experience was the worst. She'd heard voices outside her bedroom window around midnight, multiple people having a conversation in a language she couldn't understand. Not threatening, but persistent, like they were discussing something important and wanted her to listen. She'd been too scared to look outside, but the voices had continued for over an hour before finally stopping. All of us had followed my grandmother's advice and avoided acknowledging or responding to what we'd experienced. But the fact that everyone had encountered something supernatural during the same night made it impossible to dismiss as imagination or stress. We packed up and left the cottage before noon that day. None of us wanted to spend another night in that place, birthday celebration or not. As we were loading our stuff into the car, I looked back at the forest edge, where I'd heard the voices calling my name. In the bright morning sunlight, I could see something that hadn't been visible in the darkness. Stone markers, partially hidden by undergrowth, scattered throughout the area where the forest began. Not modern cemetery headstones, but older burial markers that looked like they'd been there for decades or longer. The local guy who'd warned us had been telling the truth about burial sites in the woods. The cottage had been built right next to what was probably an old, unmarked cemetery. All those spirits my grandmother had sensed, all the voices and crying we'd heard during the night, they were coming from people who'd been buried in that forest. People whose final resting place was being disturbed by vacation rentals and tourism. We never reported our experiences to the cottage rental company. What would we have said? That we'd heard voices and seen figures in the shadows, that multiple family members had supernatural encounters during a single night. No one would have believed us, and we had no proof beyond our own testimony. But I still think about that night sometimes, especially when I'm staying somewhere unfamiliar. The way those voices had called our names, like they knew us personally, the crying that sounded so genuinely heartbroken, like someone mourning their own death, the feeling of being watched from the forest, surrounded by spirits who weren't hostile, but weren't at rest either. My grandmother was right about not acknowledging what we saw and heard. I think responding to those voices would have invited something into our lives that we weren't prepared to deal with. But ignoring them felt wrong too, like we were dismissing the pain of people who just wanted to be recognized and remembered. I looked up that cottage online recently, curious to see if other guests had reported similar experiences. The listing is still active, still advertising the peaceful forest setting and natural beauty of the location. But buried in the reviews, if you read carefully, there are hints that other people have encountered things they couldn't explain. Guests mentioning strange sounds at night, difficulty sleeping, feeling unwelcome in certain parts of the property. The cottage is still being rented to families looking for a quiet getaway, still marketed as a safe and relaxing vacation spot. But I know what's really waiting in that forest, in those unmarked graves hidden among the trees. Spirits who aren't at rest, voices calling out in the darkness, looking for acknowledgement that they're still there, still remembered, still part of the world they've been forced to leave behind. I'll never go back to that place, and I'll never forget the sound of my name being called from the forest darkness. Some experiences change you permanently, make you aware of things you'd rather not know about. That night in Singapore taught me that the boundary between life and death isn't as solid as I'd always believed, and that some places hold on to their secrets long after the living world has moved on. Story 5. I work at a daycare in a small town where everyone knows everyone, and weird things just don't happen. Or at least, they didn't used to happen until Christopher showed up. The thing is, Christopher never actually showed up. That's what makes this whole situation so completely terrifying. It started on a Tuesday morning in late September. I'd been working at Little Hands Daycare for about 3 years by then, and I knew all our regular kids and their routines. We had maybe 15 children total, ages ranging from 18 months to 5 years old, and I could tell you every single one of their names, their favorite toys, their nap schedules, everything. This particular morning, I was setting up the art station when Mrs. Rodriguez came in to drop off her 4-year-old son. Normal routine, she always stayed for a few minutes to make sure he was settled before heading to work. But as she was getting ready to leave, she asked me something that stopped me cold. She wanted to know who Christopher was. I looked around the daycare room, counting heads like I always did. All our regular kids were accounted for, playing with blocks or coloring at the small tables. No new enrollments were scheduled, no substitute children from other locations, just our usual group of familiar faces. I told Mrs. Rodriguez we didn't have anyone named Christopher at the daycare. She got this confused look and said her son had been talking about this new boy all week. Apparently, he'd come home every day with stories about playing with Christopher, about how Christopher was really shy and only came out when I wasn't looking. That last part made my skin crawl. Only came out when I wasn't looking? What kind of 4-year-old describes another child that way? I asked her son directly about Christopher. The kid was normally pretty talkative, loved telling me about his day and showing off his artwork. But when I mentioned Christopher's name, he suddenly got all quiet and fidgety. He looked around the room nervously, like he was checking to see if someone was listening. Finally, he whispered that Christopher was a very shy boy who didn't like teachers. He said Christopher only played with the kids when the grown-ups weren't watching, and that he was really good at hiding. The way he said it, with this serious expression on his little face, made me feel like someone had walked over my grave. I tried to get more information out of him, but he just shrugged and ran off to play with the building blocks. Mrs. Rodriguez and I exchanged glances, and she said she'd thought maybe Christopher was a new student she hadn't met yet. When I assured her that wasn't the case, she looked as confused as I felt. After she left, I spent the morning observing the kids more carefully than usual. I watched their play patterns, listened to their conversations, tried to figure out if one of them was pretending to have an imaginary friend named Christopher. But everything seemed normal. The kids played together, argued over toys, asked for snacks, took their scheduled bathroom breaks. Nothing out of the ordinary. It was during lunch prep that I noticed something strange. I was in the kitchen area getting the kids' meals ready when I heard them talking in the main playroom. Normal chatter at first, discussing their morning activities, complaining about having to wash their hands, the usual 4-year-old conversation topics. But then I heard one of the girls mention Christopher. She was telling another child that Christopher was sitting at the empty chair at the art table. The chair that we always kept available in case we had a drop-in visitor or a new enrollment, but that had been empty all morning. I dried my hands and walked back into the playroom to see what was happening. All the kids were going about their normal pre-lunch activities, but several of them kept glancing toward that empty chair like someone was actually sitting there. One little boy even moved his coloring book over to make more room on the table. I asked the group if someone was playing pretend about a friend named Christopher. The kids all looked at me with these innocent expressions, and a couple of them nodded. But there was something about their body language that felt off, like they were being careful about what they said in front of me. One of the older kids, a 5-year-old girl who was usually pretty bold and outspoken, raised her hand and said Christopher didn't like when teachers asked about him. She said he got scared when grown-ups tried to see him and that he might go away if I kept talking about him. The way she said it gave me chills. This wasn't the kind of thing kids usually say about imaginary friends. Imaginary friends are supposed to be fun and exciting, something kids want to show off to adults. But Christopher sounded more like a secret the children were keeping, something they felt protective about. I decided to let the subject drop for the moment and focus on getting everyone fed and settled for afternoon nap time. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong with this situation. During nap time, while the kids were lying on their mats with the lights dimmed, I sat at my desk and tried to make sense of what was happening. Multiple children from different families were all talking about the same imaginary friend, describing him in consistent ways and acting like he was actually present in the daycare. That level of shared delusion wasn't normal, especially not among 4- and 5-year-olds who usually can't even agree on what game to play. The really disturbing part was how they all seemed to believe that Christopher avoided me specifically. Not adults in general, me. Like this imaginary child had some kind of problem with my presence in particular. Around 2:30 in the afternoon, I was helping one of the kids tie his shoes when I heard a commotion near the book corner. A couple of children were giggling and whispering, pointing at something I couldn't see. When I walked over to investigate, they immediately stopped talking and pretended to be reading. I asked what was so funny, and one of them said Christopher was being silly, making faces from behind the bookshelf. I looked behind the bookshelf, which was only about 4 feet tall and couldn't actually hide a person, but there was nothing there except dust and a few scattered crayons. The kids seemed genuinely disappointed that I couldn't see whatever they were looking at. Not like they were playing a prank on me, but like they really expected me to be able to see Christopher and were confused about why I couldn't. That's when I started to panic. As someone who works with children professionally, I know the difference between normal imaginative play and something that might indicate a problem. Kids having shared imaginary friends isn't unheard of, but it's usually something that develops over time in a close-knit group. This felt different, more immediate and more real to the children involved. I called my supervisor during the kids' afternoon snack time and explained the situation. She suggested I document what the children were saying about Christopher and monitor the situation for a few more days before deciding if we needed to contact any parents or bring in a child psychologist. but I had this growing feeling that waiting wasn't the right approach. Something about the way the kids talked about Christopher, the consistency of their stories, and especially their insistence that he avoided me specifically, made me think this wasn't a normal childhood development issue. Around 4 o'clock, most of the kids had been picked up by their parents, leaving just 3 children waiting for late pickups. I was cleaning up the art supplies when I heard one of them call out to Christopher, asking him to come play blocks. I looked up from the supply closet and saw the child arranging blocks in 2 separate areas, like he was setting up a game for 2 people. He was talking to the empty space next to him, explaining the rules of whatever game they were going to play. This time, instead of intervening, I decided to quietly observe. I pretended to be busy organizing supplies while watching the child's interaction with his invisible playmate. What I saw made my blood run cold. The kid was definitely responding to something, not just talking to himself or making up both sides of a conversation, but pausing like he was listening to replies, nodding in agreement, even laughing at things that apparently Christopher was saying. His eyes were tracking movement in empty air, following something from one side of the play area to the other. At one point, the child reached out like he was going to touch Christopher's arm, then pulled his hand back quickly and said sorry, like he'd been told not to make physical contact. I was so focused on watching this interaction that I didn't notice one of the other children had come up behind me. She tugged on my shirt and whispered that Christopher wanted to know why I was staring at him. My heart nearly stopped. I spun around to face the little girl, and she was pointing toward the exact spot where the other child had been directing his attention. She said Christopher was standing right there, and he looked upset that I was watching him play. I asked her to describe what Christopher looked like. She said he was about the same size as the other kids, with dark hair and sad eyes. She said his clothes looked old-fashioned, like something from a long time ago, and that he never smiled. The detail about old-fashioned clothes hit me like a punch to the stomach. This wasn't the kind of detail a 4-year-old would typically invent for an imaginary friend. Kids usually imagine friends who dress like them, who fit into their contemporary world. I was trying to process this information when something happened that I still can't explain. The door to the supply closet, which I'd left partially open while I was organizing materials, suddenly swung shut with a soft click. Not slammed like someone had pushed it hard, but closed gently like someone had carefully pulled it shut. All 3 children looked toward the closet, and one of them said Christopher didn't want me to see where he was hiding. That's when I made the decision that still haunts me. Instead of staying calm and continuing to observe, instead of following proper procedures for documenting unusual behavior, I walked directly to the area where the children had been focusing their attention. I stood in the exact spot where they said Christopher was standing, and I spoke directly to the empty air. I said I wasn't trying to scare him, that I just wanted to understand what was happening in my daycare. I said if he was really there, if he was really interacting with the children under my care, I needed to know about it because their safety was my responsibility. The room went completely silent. Not just quiet, dead silent in a way that felt unnatural. The children stopped moving, stopped talking, even seemed to stop breathing. The normal background noise of the building, air conditioning, distant traffic, other classrooms, everything just disappeared. And then I saw him. Not clearly, not like seeing a real person, but definitely something. A shadow that didn't match any of the objects in the room, a distortion in the air that moved independently of any light source. It was child-sized, definitely child-sized, and it was standing exactly where the kids had been directing their attention. The shadow thing moved toward the corner of the room, and all 3 children turned their heads to follow its movement. They could see it too, clear as day, tracking its path with their eyes like they were watching a friend walk across the room. But here's the part that still makes me wake up in a cold sweat when I tried to follow the shadow's movement, when I turned my head to track where it was going, it disappeared instantly. Like it could only exist in my peripheral vision, only be seen when I wasn't looking directly at it. The children were still watching something in the corner, still following movement I couldn't see anymore. One of them waved goodbye to the empty corner and said Christopher had to go hide again because I was trying to see him. And just like that, the normal sounds of the building returned. The air conditioning kicked back on. I could hear voices from other rooms, cars driving past outside, like someone had pressed an unmute button on the entire world. The rest of the afternoon passed without incident. The remaining children were picked up by their parents. I finished cleaning and organizing the classroom, locked up the building and drove home. But I couldn't shake the image of that shadow child, the way it had moved with intention and intelligence, the way it had disappeared the moment I tried to focus on it directly. That night, I did some research on the history of our daycare building. It had been constructed in the 1980s as a community center, converted to a daycare in the early 2000s. Before that, the land had been part of a residential neighborhood that was demolished for urban renewal. I couldn't find any specific information about children who might have died on the property, but the demographic information was disturbing. The old neighborhood had been primarily low-income housing, the kind of place where child deaths from accidents or illness might not have made the newspapers or been well documented. I also looked up information about child spirits and hauntings, something I'd never thought I'd be researching for my job. What I found made my skin crawl. Apparently, child spirits often interact primarily with other children, avoiding adults who might be frightened by their presence. They're drawn to places where children gather and play, seeking the companionship they lost when they died. The detail about old-fashioned clothing fit the pattern too. Child spirits often appear wearing whatever they were dressed in when they died, which would explain why Christopher's clothes looked outdated to modern children. But the most disturbing thing I learned was that child spirits can become attached to specific locations, especially if they died traumatically or felt abandoned. They might linger for decades, trying to find playmates and refusing to move on to whatever comes after death. I spent the entire night lying awake, thinking about that shadow in my peripheral vision, about the way the children had tracked its movements so naturally, about the fact that something was interacting with the kids under my care, something that actively avoided my supervision. The next morning, I arrived at work early and did a thorough inspection of the entire building. I was looking for anything unusual, any signs of disturbance or places where a presence might be hiding. But everything looked normal. Clean floors, organized toys, bright lighting, the safe and cheerful environment parents expected when they dropped off their children. I decided not to mention Christopher unless the children brought him up first. I wanted to see if yesterday had been an isolated incident or if this was an ongoing situation I needed to address. It didn't take long to get my answer. The first child to arrive, a 3-year-old who rarely spoke about imaginary friends, immediately went to the art table and started setting out 2 sets of crayons. When I asked who the second set was for, she said Christopher was already here and wanted to color. I looked at the empty chair where she was placing the crayons, and for just a moment in my peripheral vision, I thought I saw the shadow again. Child-sized, sitting perfectly still, like it was waiting for me to stop watching so it could start coloring. But the moment I tried to focus on the chair directly, there was nothing there except empty space and a set of crayons that no living child had requested. The little girl started coloring in her book, occasionally pausing to look at the empty chair and nod like she was receiving instructions or approval. She would hold up her artwork toward the chair, seeking praise from her invisible friend, and smile like she was getting positive feedback. More children arrived throughout the morning, and several of them acknowledged Christopher's presence immediately. They would wave hello to the empty chair, ask him what he wanted to play, include him in their conversations with the casual ease of children who had accepted his existence as a normal part of their daycare experience. But I noticed something else that made my blood run cold. The children who interacted with Christopher were all among our quieter, more withdrawn kids. Not the bold, outgoing children who demanded attention and led group activities. Christopher seemed to gravitate toward the shy ones, the ones who might feel overlooked or lonely. Around noon, while the children were having their lunch, I overheard a conversation that made me realize how serious this situation had become. Two of the kids were discussing Christopher's favorite games, his likes and dislikes, details about his personality that were far too consistent and specific for a shared imaginary friend. They talked about how he missed his family, how he got sad sometimes and needed cheering up, how he was afraid of going to sleep because he had bad dreams. These weren't the kind of characteristics children typically assign to imaginary playmates. Imaginary friends are usually happy, adventurous, confident, wish fulfillment figures that represent what children want to be or have in their lives. But Christopher sounded more like a real child dealing with real trauma and loss. That afternoon, I made a decision that I still question today. During nap time, while all the children were sleeping peacefully on their mats, I sat alone in the darkened room and spoke directly to Christopher. I said I knew he was there, that the children had told me about him, and I could sense his presence even when I couldn't see him clearly. I said I wasn't angry or afraid, but I needed to understand what he wanted and why he was interacting with the children in my care. The room got that same unnatural silence I'd experienced the day before. But this time, instead of trying to see Christopher directly, I kept my eyes focused on my hands and spoke to the empty air using only my peripheral vision. I told him I could sense that he was lonely, that he missed being able to play and laugh and be part of a group of children. I said I understood why he would be drawn to a daycare, why he would want to be around kids who could see him and accept him as a friend. But I also explained that my job was to protect the living children in my care, and that meant I needed to know if his presence was affecting them in any negative ways. I asked him to help me understand what he needed, what would make him feel safe and happy without causing problems for the other kids. And then something happened that I'll never be able to explain rationally. I felt a gentle touch on my shoulder, not a grab or a push, just the lightest possible contact, like a small hand resting there for comfort. The touch was cold, definitely colder than room temperature, but not unpleasant. More like the feeling of a child seeking reassurance from a trusted adult. In that moment, I understood that Christopher wasn't trying to harm anyone. He was just a lonely child, stuck between worlds, seeking the companionship and normalcy he'd lost when he died. The living children in my daycare could see him and play with him in ways that adults couldn't, giving him the social interaction he desperately missed. But I also realized that his presence, however innocent, was creating a situation I couldn't properly supervise or control. I couldn't protect children from dangers I couldn't see or threats I couldn't evaluate. The touch on my shoulder faded, and the normal sounds of the daycare gradually returned. But I was left with a dilemma I'd never expected to face in my professional life. What do you do when a dead child wants to play with the living children under your care? I never found a good answer to that question. Christopher continued to interact with the children throughout that week, always avoiding my direct observation, but clearly present in their daily activities. The kids accepted his presence as completely normal, including him in games and conversations with the casual ease of childhood friendship. But then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The following Monday, none of the children mentioned Christopher. The art table had only the usual number of chairs occupied, no extra crayons were being distributed, no one was talking to empty air or tracking invisible movement around the room. I asked a few of the kids who had been most connected to Christopher if they'd seen him recently. They looked confused, like they couldn't quite remember who I was talking about. One child said they thought Christopher had found his family and didn't need to visit anymore. That was it. No dramatic farewell, no explanation, no closure. Christopher simply disappeared from the children's awareness as suddenly and mysteriously as he'd appeared. I still work at that daycare, almost a year later now. The building feels normal. The children play and learn and grow without any supernatural interruptions. But sometimes, usually during the quiet moments when the kids are napping or concentrating on individual activities, I catch something in my peripheral vision. A child-sized shadow that doesn't quite belong, a movement that doesn't match any living presence in the room. I never try to focus on it directly anymore. I've learned that some things can only be acknowledged indirectly, respected from a distance. I think Christopher is still there, still lingering in the spaces between the visible world and whatever comes after. But now he's learned to be more careful, more subtle in his interactions with the living world. Maybe he found what he was looking for during those few weeks when the children could see him clearly. Maybe that brief experience of normal childhood friendship was enough to satisfy whatever need had kept him earthbound. Or maybe he's just waiting for the right group of children, the right combination of loneliness and openness that would allow him to step back into the visible world and play again. I don't know if I handled the situation correctly. I don't know if I should have tried harder to communicate with Christopher, or if I should have done more to protect the children from his influence. But I do know that sometimes the boundary between life and death is thinner than we want to believe, and that lost children, living or dead, will find each other across any barrier that separates them. Christopher taught me that death doesn't always end a child's need for friendship, for play, for the simple human connections that make life meaningful. And sometimes, just sometimes, the living and the dead can find ways to comfort each other across the vast emptiness that divides their worlds. Story 6. I worked for 2 years in this old converted house that served as our company's main office, and I thought I'd gotten used to all the quirks that come with working in a building from 1915. The creaky floors, the drafty windows, the way certain rooms always felt colder than others, all normal stuff you'd expect from a century-old house that had been converted into office space. Our building was located in one of those historic downtown areas in the western United States, where they've preserved a bunch of old houses and turned them into boutique offices and shops. From the outside, it looked like a beautiful Victorian home with all the original architectural details intact. Inside, it had been renovated to accommodate modern office needs, but you could still feel the weight of its history in every room. The CEO's office was on the second floor in what used to be the master bedroom when this was still a family home. It was this large, elegant room with high ceilings, original hardwood floors, and these huge windows that looked out over the main street. During business hours, with people coming and going and phones ringing, it felt like any other executive office. But when the building was quiet, especially in the evenings or on weekends, that room had a completely different atmosphere. Heavy, oppressive, like something was pressing down on you from above. Most of us avoided going up there alone unless it was absolutely necessary. I first started noticing the sounds about 6 months after I began working there. It would happen when I was staying late to finish projects, usually when I was the only person left in the building. I'd be sitting at my desk on the first floor, focused on my computer screen, when I'd hear this deep, mournful sighing coming from upstairs. At first, I figured it was just the old building settling, or maybe air moving through the heating vents. Old houses make all kinds of weird noises, and I wasn't about to freak out over some creaking floorboards. But the sound was so distinctly human, not just air escaping or wood expanding, but the unmistakable sound of someone letting out a long, sad breath. The sighing always came from the same location, directly above my desk, which put it right in the CEO's office. And it always happened when I was alone in the building. Never during normal business hours when other people were around. After a few weeks of this, I started paying closer attention to the sounds. The sighs would happen maybe 3 or 4 times during an evening, always with long gaps in between. Sometimes I'd hear what sounded like a chair creaking, like someone was shifting their weight while sitting down. Occasionally there would be a soft rustling sound, like papers being moved around on a desk. None of these sounds were loud or dramatic. They were subtle, almost gentle, like someone was trying not to disturb me while going about their business upstairs. But they were definitely there, and they were definitely coming from an office that should have been empty and locked. I mentioned the sounds to a few of my co-workers, but nobody else seemed to have noticed anything unusual. Of course, most of them left the building by 5 or 6 o'clock, so they wouldn't have been around during the quiet evening hours when the sounds occurred. The CEO himself was rarely in the office. He traveled constantly for business and usually worked from home when he was in town. His office was more of a formal meeting space than a daily workspace, which meant it sat empty most of the time. One evening in late October, I was working on a quarterly report that needed to be submitted the next morning. It was around 8:30, completely dark outside, and I was the only person left in the building. I'd been there since 7 that morning and was starting to feel pretty drained, but I needed to get this report finished. That's when I heard the most distinct sound yet. Not just sighing or chair creaking, but actual music. It was coming from upstairs, definitely from the CEO's office, and it sounded like opera music playing on an old phonograph. Not a modern stereo or computer speakers, but that scratchy, tinny quality you get from vintage recording equipment. The volume was low, like someone was trying to listen to music without bothering anyone else in the building. I sat at my desk, staring at the ceiling, listening to what sounded like a soprano singing in Italian or maybe German. The music was beautiful but haunting, the kind of classical opera that makes you feel sad, even when you don't understand the words. This went on for maybe 10 or 15 minutes. I could hear the music clearly enough to make out the melody, could even hear the surface noise and occasional skips that you get with old vinyl records. It was definitely not my imagination or some external source. The sound was coming from directly above me, from an office that should have been empty and locked. When the music finally stopped, I heard that deep sighing sound again, longer and more mournful than ever before. Like someone had been listening to sad music and was feeling the full weight of whatever emotion it had stirred up. I tried to go back to my report, but I couldn't concentrate. The idea that someone or something was in that office, listening to opera music in the dark, made my skin crawl. I kept glancing at the ceiling, half expecting to hear footsteps or other signs of movement. Around 9:15, I heard what sounded like the music starting up again. Same scratchy, vintage quality, same opera singer, but this time I could swear I heard a woman's voice humming along with the melody. Not singing, humming, like someone who knew the song well and was unconsciously adding their own accompaniment. The humming had this wistful, longing quality that made me feel incredibly sad, even though I couldn't understand why. I saved my work and decided I needed to investigate. I couldn't focus on the report with all this activity happening upstairs, and I was starting to feel genuinely spooked by the whole situation. I figured maybe there was a radio or some kind of electronic device that was turning on by itself. Or maybe someone had left a laptop running with music playing on repeat. I grabbed my keys and headed upstairs to the second floor. The CEO's office was at the end of the hallway, and I could see that no lights were on under the door. But as I got closer, I could definitely hear the music more clearly. Opera singing accompanied by what sounded like a full orchestra, all with that distinctive vintage recording quality. I unlocked the door and flipped on the light switch. The office was completely empty. No radio, no computer, no electronic devices of any kind that could be producing music. The CEO's desk was clean and organized, with just a few papers and a telephone. No sound system, no speakers. Nothing that could explain what I was hearing, but here's the thing that made my blood run cold. I could still hear the music, even with the lights on and the door open. It was definitely coming from inside that room, but there was absolutely no source for it that I could identify. The music seemed to be coming from the area near the windows, where a small sitting area was arranged with 2 chairs and a side table. I walked over to that part of the room, and the volume got slightly louder, like I was getting closer to whatever was producing the sound. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes, listening to this phantom opera music and trying to figure out what could possibly be causing it. The sound was so clear, so detailed, that it had to be coming from some kind of audio equipment. But I searched every inch of that office and found nothing. That's when I heard the humming again. Much clearer this time because I was in the same room. It was definitely a woman's voice, soft and melodic, humming along with the opera singer like she knew every note by heart. The humming was coming from right next to me, maybe 3 feet away, near one of the chairs in the sitting area. I looked in that direction and saw nothing but empty space, but I could hear this invisible woman humming as clearly as if she was standing right there. And then, while I was standing there trying to process what I was experiencing, I heard the deep sigh again. Not from across the room or from some general location, but from right beside me. Like someone was standing next to me and letting out a long, sad breath. I ran out of that office so fast, I nearly tripped over my own feet. I slammed the door behind me and practically flew down the stairs to my desk. My hands were shaking as I packed up my stuff, and I could still hear faint traces of opera music coming through the ceiling. I finished my report at home that night and submitted it electronically. There was no way I was spending another minute in that building alone. The next day, I tried to act normal when I came into work. I didn't want to tell anyone about my experience because I knew how crazy it would sound. But I was definitely more aware of the sounds coming from upstairs, even during normal business hours. Around lunchtime, I was talking with our CFO about a budget issue when she suddenly paused and looked toward the ceiling. She asked me if I could hear someone humming upstairs, and my heart nearly stopped. I listened carefully and could just make out the faint sound of a woman humming what sounded like the same opera melody I'd heard the night before. The CFO said she'd been hearing it on and off all morning, and she was wondering if someone had left a radio on in the CEO's office. We decided to go upstairs and check together. The CEO's office was locked, just like I'd left it the night before, but we could definitely hear humming coming from inside. The CFO used her master key to open the door, and we both went inside. The humming stopped the moment we entered the room, not gradually fading away like a radio being turned off, but stopping instantly like someone had been interrupted. We searched the entire office again, looking for any possible source of the sound, but found nothing. The CFO was as puzzled as I was, but she seemed to think it was probably some kind of acoustic phenomenon, maybe sound carrying from another building, or some kind of resonance in the old walls. I didn't contradict her, but I knew what I'd experienced the night before was something much more direct and personal than sound carrying from somewhere else. Over the next few weeks, both the CFO and I continued to hear the humming during daytime hours. Always the same melody, always coming from the CEO's office when it should have been empty. Other employees started mentioning it too, asking if someone was playing music upstairs, wondering who was humming during meetings. But it was during the evening hours, when I was alone in the building, that the activity was most intense. The opera music, the humming, the deep sighing, it all seemed to happen when there was just one person around to witness it. Like whatever presence was in that office preferred an audience of one. One particularly memorable evening, I was working late again when I heard what sounded like the chair in the CEO's office being moved around. Not just creaking like someone was shifting their weight, but the actual sound of chair legs scraping against the hardwood floor. This went on for maybe 20 minutes, the chair being moved to different positions around the office, accompanied by the usual sighing and occasional humming. It sounded like someone was trying to find the perfect spot to sit and listen to music, rearranging the furniture to get the acoustics just right. I was so curious about what was happening that I decided to try an experiment. I went upstairs with my laptop and set up a voice recording program, then left the device running in the CEO's office while I went back downstairs to work. After about an hour, I went back upstairs to retrieve the laptop and review what it had captured. The recording was mostly silence, but there were definitely some unexplained sounds, faint humming, what sounded like papers rustling, and several instances of that deep, mournful sighing. The most disturbing part was near the end of the recording, where you could clearly hear what sounded like a woman saying my name, not calling out or trying to get my attention, but saying my name softly, almost affectionately, like someone addressing a friend or family member. I played that section of the recording over and over, trying to convince myself it was some kind of audio artifact or background noise that just happened to sound like my name. But it was too clear, too distinct to be anything other than a human voice speaking directly into the microphone. That's when I started doing research on the history of our building. If something was haunting that office, if some presence was trying to communicate with the people who worked there, I wanted to understand what we might be dealing with. What I discovered made everything make sense in the most chilling way possible. The house had been built in 1915 by a wealthy businessman who had made his fortune in mining and real estate. He'd lived there with his wife, a woman who had been a semi-professional opera singer before their marriage. She'd given up her performing career to become a society wife, but music had remained her greatest passion throughout her life. According to the historical records I found, the woman had died in 1938 in the master bedroom that was now the CEO's office. She'd been battling illness for several months and had spent her final weeks confined to that room, listening to her collection of opera recordings on a phonograph. The records indicated that she died peacefully in her sleep, surrounded by her music and the memories of her brief but successful singing career. Her husband had been devastated by the loss and had sold the house within a year, unable to bear living with the constant reminders of his wife's presence. The detail that made my skin crawl was in a newspaper obituary I found from 1938. It mentioned that the woman was known for her habit of humming along with her favorite opera recordings, and that even during her final illness, visitors would often hear her soft humming coming from her bedroom as she listened to music. Everything clicked into place. The opera music on vintage phonograph equipment, the woman humming along with melodies she knew by heart, the deep sighing of someone who was sad and lonely and missing the life she'd lost. The presence in that office wasn't malevolent or threatening. It was just the spirit of a woman who had loved music so much that she couldn't bear to leave it behind, even in death. But knowing the history didn't make the experiences any less unsettling. If anything, it made them more real, more personal. This wasn't just some random haunting, it was a specific person with specific memories and emotions still clinging to the room where she'd spent her final months. The activity continued for the rest of the time I worked at that company. The opera music, the humming, the sighing, all of it became part of the background atmosphere of working late in that building. I got used to it in a way, though it never stopped being eerie to hear a dead woman's voice humming in the darkness above my desk. Other employees started mentioning the sounds more frequently. People would ask if someone was playing music upstairs, or if there was a radio left on somewhere. A few people said they'd heard what sounded like a woman crying softly, though I never experienced that particular phenomenon myself. The strangest incident happened about a month before I left that job. I was working late as usual when I heard the opera music starting up in the CEO's office. But this time, instead of just listening from downstairs, I decided to go up and spend some time in that room while the music was playing. I unlocked the office and went inside, leaving the lights off so I wouldn't disturb whatever was creating the music. I sat in one of the chairs in the sitting area, the same spot where I'd first heard the humming so clearly, and just listened. The music was beautiful, some piece I didn't recognize, but sung by a soprano with incredible range and emotion. And after a few minutes, I heard the humming start up again, that soft, wistful accompaniment that seemed to come from someone who knew every note by heart. But here's what made this experience different from all the others. I felt like I wasn't alone in that room. Not in a threatening way, but like someone was sitting in the chair next to me, sharing the music with me. There was this sense of companionship, of two people enjoying something beautiful together. I sat there for maybe 30 minutes, listening to opera music that had no physical source, feeling the presence of someone who had been dead for over 80 years. And for those 30 minutes, the atmosphere in that room wasn't scary or oppressive. It was peaceful, almost comforting. When the music finally stopped, I heard that familiar deep sigh. But this time, it didn't sound sad or mournful. It sounded satisfied, like someone who had enjoyed sharing their favorite music with an appreciative audience. I said thank you to the empty room before I left that night. I don't know if she heard me, but it felt like the right thing to do. I left that job a few weeks later for an unrelated career opportunity, but I sometimes wonder if the music is still playing in that converted Victorian house. If some new employee is working late and hearing opera melodies drift down through the ceiling, accompanied by the soft humming of a woman who loved music too much to let death silence her voice. The building still stands in that historic downtown district, still houses offices for various small businesses. Sometimes when I'm in that part of town, I drive past and look up at those second-floor windows where the CEO's office used to be. I wonder if the current occupants know about their musical ghost, if they've heard the phantom phonograph and the woman who hums along with songs that stopped playing decades ago. But mostly, I remember that last night when I sat in the darkness and shared opera music with a spirit who had been waiting over 80 years for someone to truly listen. It wasn't terrifying in the end. It was heartbreakingly beautiful. This woman's refusal to let death separate her from the thing she loved most in life. Some hauntings aren't about unfinished business or tragic endings. Sometimes they're just about love that's too strong to be contained by something as temporary as death. And sometimes, if you're brave enough to listen, you might hear the echo of that love still resonating in the spaces where it once lived. Story 7. In 2000, my wife and I bought this house in New England that just felt like home from the moment we walked through the front door. You know that feeling when you see a place and everything just clicks? That's exactly what happened with this house. It was this beautiful colonial from the 1920s with hardwood floors, original molding, and these huge windows that let in tons of natural light. The price was fair, the neighborhood was quiet and established, and we could picture ourselves growing old there. The house came partially furnished, which was unusual but worked out great for us, since we were just starting out and didn't have much money for furniture. The previous owners had left behind some really nice pieces, a dining room set, some bedroom furniture, and this gorgeous baby grand piano that sat in the front living room like it had always belonged there. I'd played piano when I was younger, nothing professional, but enough to appreciate a quality instrument when I saw one. This piano was clearly vintage, probably from the same era as the house, with this rich mahogany finish and ivory keys that had yellowed slightly with age. When I played a few notes during our initial walkthrough, the sound was absolutely beautiful, rich and warm with perfect resonance. We'd been living in the house maybe 3 months when we decided to throw our first dinner party. Nothing fancy, just some friends over for drinks and food. But we wanted to show off our new place and celebrate finally having enough space to entertain properly. The party was going really well. Everyone was impressed with the house. The food turned out great, and people were mingling between the dining room and living room, having those kinds of conversations you have when everyone's relaxed and enjoying themselves. I was in the kitchen getting another bottle of wine when I heard someone playing the piano. Not well, just picking out simple melodies, the kind of thing someone does when they find a piano and want to mess around with it. I figured one of our guests had decided to try out the instrument, which was fine with me. I liked the idea of that piano being played, of it serving its intended purpose instead of just sitting there looking decorative. But when I walked back into the living room with the wine, everyone was gathered in the dining area, deep in conversation. Nobody was near the piano, and nobody looked like they'd just walked away from it. The piano bench was pushed in neatly, exactly the way I always left it, and the key cover was closed. I asked if anyone had been playing piano, and everyone looked confused. A couple people said they'd heard music coming from the living room, but they'd assumed it was me playing while I was getting drinks. When I explained that I'd been in the kitchen the whole time, we all kind of laughed it off. Old houses make weird sounds. Pipes can create musical tones. Maybe it was something from outside that we'd mistaken for piano music, but I knew what I'd heard, and it was definitely someone playing our piano. The party continued without any other weird incidents, and by the end of the evening, everyone had pretty much forgotten about the mysterious piano music. My wife and I cleaned up and went to bed, chalking it up to one of those unexplainable things that happen sometimes. It wasn't until a few weeks later that we learned the real history of our house. One of our neighbors, an elderly woman who'd lived on the street for over 40 years, stopped by to welcome us properly to the neighborhood. She was this sweet lady in her 80s who remembered when all the houses were occupied by their original owners, and she loved sharing stories about the area's history. She asked if we were enjoying living in Muriel King's old house, and when we looked confused, she explained that the previous owner we'd bought from had only lived there for about 5 years. Before that, the house had belonged to a woman named Muriel King, who'd owned it for over 3 decades until she passed away in the late 90s. According to our neighbor, Muriel King had been quite a character. She'd been a fashion designer back in the 1930s and 40s, pretty successful from what the neighbor remembered, with clients in New York and Boston. She'd bought the house sometime in the 1960s and lived there alone for most of the time she owned it. The detail that made my skin crawl was when our neighbor mentioned that Muriel had been known for her entertaining. She'd thrown these legendary parties, especially during the 1970s and 80s, where she'd invite all her friends from the fashion world and theater community. Gay men mostly, who'd come out from Boston and New York for these weekends of drinking, storytelling and singing around the piano until all hours of the morning. Our neighbor said you could hear the laughter and piano music from several houses away, but nobody ever complained because the parties sounded so joyful and full of life. Muriel had apparently been an amazing hostess who made everyone feel welcome and celebrated, and her house had been this beacon of creativity and acceptance in a pretty conservative New England town. But here's the part that really got to me. Our neighbor said Muriel had distinctive black hair that she'd kept long and dramatic even as she got older. She'd been this elegant, striking woman who'd maintained her sense of style and flair right up until the end of her life. After our neighbor left, my wife and I looked at each other with this dawning realization. During our dinner party, I'd clearly seen an elderly woman with black hair sitting on the piano bench, just for a moment out of the corner of my eye. I'd assumed it was a trick of the light or someone's shadow, but now I was starting to think it might have been something else entirely. We decided to do some research on Muriel King and the history of our house. This was 2000, so internet research wasn't as comprehensive as it is now, but we managed to find some newspaper articles and obituaries that filled in more of the story. Muriel King had indeed been a successful fashion designer, with her own label and a clientele that included some fairly well-known figures from New York's fashion and theater scenes. She'd never married, which was unusual for a woman of her generation, and she'd lived openly as someone who surrounded herself with creative, unconventional people. The most interesting detail we found was in her obituary, which mentioned that she'd been known for hosting gatherings where friends would drink and sing Broadway songs around her baby grand piano. The obituary specifically mentioned that piano, describing it as the centerpiece of her entertaining and the heart of her home. The same piano that was now sitting in our living room. We also learned that Muriel's husband had committed suicide, though the details were vague, and the newspaper articles from that era didn't go into specifics about personal tragedies. But it explained why she'd lived alone for so many years, and maybe why she'd surrounded herself with chosen family rather than traditional relationships. Over the next few months, we started paying more attention to small things that happened around the house. Nothing dramatic or scary, just little incidents that seemed to center around the piano and the living room area. Sometimes we'd come home and find the piano bench pulled out slightly, like someone had been sitting there. I'd swear I'd pushed it in properly before leaving for work, but there it would be, positioned exactly the way someone would need it to be to play comfortably. Occasionally, we'd hear what sounded like ice clinking in glasses coming from the living room, even when we were both in other parts of the house. Not loud or attention-getting, just the subtle sound of someone enjoying a drink, the kind of background noise you'd expect during a cocktail party. A few times, I thought I smelled cigarette smoke in the living room, even though neither my wife nor I smoked, and we never allowed smoking in the house. It wasn't unpleasant or overwhelming, just the faint trace of tobacco that would disappear as soon as I tried to focus on it. But the most frequent occurrence was the sound of quiet conversation and laughter coming from the living room late at night. Not loud enough to wake us up, but noticeable if we were already awake for other reasons. It sounded like people having the kind of intimate, warm conversations you have with close friends, punctuated by genuine laughter and the occasional clink of glasses. None of these things were frightening or disruptive. If anything, they made the house feel more alive, more welcoming. Like the spirit of Muriel's legendary parties was still lingering in the rooms where so much joy and friendship had been shared over the years. The one experience that really convinced me we were sharing our house with Muriel's presence happened about a year after we moved in. I'd been having trouble sleeping, work stress, too much caffeine, the usual things that keep you tossing and turning at 2 in the morning. I'd gotten up to get a glass of water and maybe read for a while, hoping to tire myself out enough to fall back asleep. As I was walking past the living room on my way to the kitchen, I saw her. Not clearly, not like looking at a living person, but definitely the figure of an elderly woman sitting at the piano bench. She had long black hair and was wearing what looked like an elegant dress or robe, something flowing and sophisticated. Her posture was perfect, like someone who'd spent years performing or presenting herself in public. The strangest part was that seeing her didn't scare me at all. She looked so natural sitting there, so much like she belonged in that space, that my first thought wasn't fear, but recognition. Like running into an old friend in an unexpected place. I stood in the doorway for maybe 30 seconds just watching her sit at the piano. She wasn't playing or moving around, just sitting quietly like someone lost in thought or memory. There was something peaceful about her presence, something that made me feel like the house was in good hands. When I blinked and looked again, she was gone. Just an empty piano bench and the normal shadows of our living room furniture. But I wasn't left feeling spooked or unsettled. Instead, I felt this strange sense of comfort, like I'd been given a glimpse of the house's history and found it to be something beautiful. I went back to bed that night and slept better than I had in weeks. After that sighting, my wife and I started talking more openly about the possibility that Muriel King might still be connected to our house in some way. We weren't ghost hunters or supernatural enthusiasts, but we also weren't going to ignore what we were experiencing just because it didn't fit into conventional explanations. We decided that if Muriel was still around, we wanted her to know she was welcome to stay. This had been her home for over 30 years, and we were just the latest caretakers of a space that clearly held decades of love and memories. I started talking to her sometimes when I was alone in the house. Nothing elaborate or weird, just casual conversation like you might have with a roommate. I'd tell her about our day, mention if we were planning to have people over, let her know when we were going to be out of town for the weekend. It sounds crazy when I describe it now, but it felt completely natural at the time, like acknowledging a presence that had always been there and deserved basic courtesy and respect. The activity in the house continued, but remained subtle and non-intrusive. Occasionally, we'd have friends over who would comment on hearing piano music or conversation from the living room, but when we'd go to investigate, we'd find the room empty and peaceful. One friend, a guy who was particularly sensitive to atmospheric changes, said he felt like we were hosting a really good party every time he visited our house. He said there was this energy of celebration and joy that made him want to stay longer and talk more freely than he normally would. That description felt exactly right. Our house had this warmth and openness that made people feel comfortable and welcomed, like they were part of something special just by being there. We lived peacefully with Muriel's presence for several years. She never did anything disruptive or frightening, never made demands or caused problems. She was just this benevolent spirit who seemed to enjoy watching us make our own memories in the space where she'd created so many of her own. But everything changed when my wife got pregnant. We were thrilled about the pregnancy, obviously, and we'd started making plans to convert one of the upstairs bedrooms into a nursery. We'd been talking about starting a family since we bought the house, and it felt like perfect timing to take that next step in our lives. The first sign that something had shifted was the piano. We'd gotten used to finding the bench pulled out occasionally or hearing phantom music late at night. But suddenly, the piano seemed to be rejecting any interaction at all. When I tried to play, which I did sometimes just to keep the instrument in use, the keys would stick or produce discordant sounds that hadn't been there before. The piano had always been perfectly tuned and maintained, but now it sounded off-key and unpleasant no matter what I played. We had a piano tuner come out to look at it, and he said the instrument was in perfect mechanical condition. There was no reason it should be producing the kind of sounds we were describing. But every time I tried to play after that, it sounded wrong. Harsh and unwelcoming where it had once been warm and inviting. The other subtle signs of Muriel's presence started disappearing too. No more sounds of conversation and laughter from the living room. No more sense of cigarettes or clinking glasses. The house felt different, less alive somehow, like something essential had been withdrawn. Then, one night when my wife was about 6 months pregnant, we both woke up at the same time to a loud slamming sound coming from downstairs. We rushed down to investigate and found that our bedroom door had been slammed shut with enough force to rattle the hinges. Not just closed, slammed, like someone had put real anger and intention behind the motion. The door had never closed on its own before, and there was no explanation for what could have caused it to slam with that kind of violence. No wind, no structural settling, no mechanical issue that could account for the force we'd heard. That's when we realized that Muriel King might not approve of our plans to bring a baby into what she still considered her house. The hostile activity escalated over the next few weeks. Doors would slam at random times, always when my wife was nearby. Objects would fall off shelves or tables for no apparent reason, but only in rooms where my wife was spending time. The piano bench would be shoved away from the instrument like someone was rejecting the idea of music and celebration. Most disturbing of all, my wife started feeling unwelcome in certain parts of the house. She'd walk into the living room and immediately feel like she needed to leave, like she was intruding on someone's private space. The kitchen, where she'd always felt comfortable and creative, became oppressive and cold. It was like Muriel had decided that a baby would change the fundamental character of her house, and she wasn't going to allow that to happen. We tried talking to her, explaining that we loved the house and wanted to honor its history while also building our own family memories there. But the hostile activity continued and even got worse. One morning, my wife found all the baby preparation items we'd been storing in the would-be nursery scattered across the floor. Boxes that had been neatly stacked were overturned, baby clothes were pulled out of bags and thrown around the room, and a crib we'd assembled was somehow partially disassembled. That's when we knew we had to make a choice between the house we loved and the family we wanted to build. We put the house on the market and found a place that felt right for raising children. It was heartbreaking to leave, because that house really had been perfect for us in so many ways. But we couldn't bring a baby into an environment where they might not be safe or welcome. The day we moved out, I went through the house one last time to make sure we hadn't forgotten anything. When I got to the living room, I sat on the piano bench and tried to play one final song, something that might serve as a goodbye to Muriel and acknowledgement of the years we'd shared her space. The piano played beautifully. Every note was clear and resonant, the sound warm and rich like it had been when we first moved in. It was like Muriel was saying goodbye too, letting me know there were no hard feelings about our decision to leave. I played for maybe 10 minutes, running through some of the Broadway songs that I imagined had been favorites at her legendary parties. And for those 10 minutes, the house felt like it had during our early years there, warm, welcoming, full of life and history and joy. When I finished playing, I heard what I swear was gentle applause coming from the empty room. Not loud or dramatic, just the soft clapping you'd give someone who'd played something nice for your personal enjoyment. I said thank you to the empty room, closed the piano, and walked out of that house for the last time. A few years later, I drove by the old neighborhood and saw that our former house was being extensively renovated. The new owners had added a modern addition, updated all the windows, and completely changed the landscaping. From the outside, it looked like a different house entirely. I never found out if the new owners kept the piano or had experienced any of the supernatural activity we'd lived with for years. But I hope Muriel King found peace with whatever changes they made, and that her spirit was finally able to rest after decades of hosting parties and welcoming friends in the space she'd loved so much. Sometimes I miss that house and the presence we shared it with. Muriel had been a gracious roommate in her own way, and living with her had taught us something about the persistence of love and memory in the places where people have been truly happy. But we made the right choice in leaving. Our children needed a house where they could grow up feeling completely safe and welcome, where they wouldn't have to compete with the ghost of someone else's life for space and attention. Still, on quiet evenings when I'm playing piano in our current house, I sometimes think I hear the faint sound of applause coming from somewhere just beyond the edge of hearing. And I like to think it's Muriel King, still listening to music being played with love and appreciation, still finding ways to connect with the living world through the songs that once filled her house with joy. Story 8. I should have known better than to let a complete stranger pick me up at my apartment for a first date. It's literally the first rule of online dating safety. Meet in public, drive yourself, don't give out your home address until you've established trust. But I was new to the whole Tinder thing, and this guy seemed so normal after weeks of messaging back and forth. His profile looked legitimate. Good photos, normal job, lived in the same city as me. We'd been texting for about 3 weeks before he suggested we meet up for dinner. He offered to pick me up, and like an idiot, I said yes. I even gave him my exact address. When I think about how stupid that was, how many things could have gone wrong, it makes my stomach turn. The plan was simple: sushi dinner at this popular restaurant downtown that I'd been wanting to try. He said he knew the place well, had eaten there multiple times, and could get us a good table even without a reservation. Nothing about the conversation seemed off or concerning. Just a normal guy asking a normal woman out for a normal dinner. He picked me up right on time, driving this clean sedan that looked well-maintained and normal. Nothing flashy or weird, just the kind of car you'd expect a responsible adult to drive. He was dressed nicely, smelled good, seemed genuinely excited to see me. All the surface-level indicators were positive, but about 10 minutes into the drive, I started noticing things that didn't feel right. First, he was taking a route I didn't recognize. Now, I'd lived in this city for 5 years, and while I didn't know every single street, I was pretty familiar with how to get to the downtown restaurant district. The way he was going seemed unnecessarily complicated, taking us through residential areas and side streets instead of the main roads that would have been faster and more direct. When I asked about the route, he said there was construction on the main road and he was avoiding traffic. That seemed reasonable enough. There's always construction somewhere in the city, and locals often know shortcuts that newcomers don't. I tried to relax and focus on our conversation instead of worrying about directions. But as we kept driving, I realized we weren't heading toward downtown at all. We were going in completely the wrong direction, away from the restaurant district and toward the outskirts of town, where there were more woods and fewer businesses. I pulled out my phone to check the GPS, thinking maybe I was confused about where we were. But when I tried to open the Maps app, I saw something that made my blood run cold. No signal. The phone showed those dreaded words that every woman on a date with a stranger fears seeing: no service. That's when he made the comment that still gives me nightmares. He glanced over at my phone and said, with this casual tone like he was commenting on the weather, "Oh yeah, there's no signal out here, love." The way he said it, so matter-of-fact, like he'd been expecting me to lose cell service, sent ice through my veins. This wasn't some accidental dead zone we'd stumbled into. He'd deliberately driven me to an area where I couldn't call for help, couldn't use GPS to figure out where we were, couldn't contact anyone if things went wrong. I tried to keep my voice steady and asked where exactly we were going. He said we were almost to the restaurant, that it was just a little further ahead. But I could see through the windshield that we were driving deeper into wooded areas, with no restaurants, no businesses, no signs of civilization at all. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure he could hear it. Every instinct I had was screaming that I was in serious danger, that I needed to get out of that car immediately. But we were in the middle of nowhere, driving at highway speed, with no cell service and no idea how far we were from safety. I started sweating despite the air conditioning. My palms were slick, my mouth was dry, and I could feel that fight-or-flight adrenaline flooding my system. But I tried to act normal, tried not to let him see how scared I was becoming. Then he started talking about his trunk. Just out of nowhere, like it was a completely normal topic of conversation, he mentioned that he didn't have a shovel in his trunk. Not, "I have a shovel in my trunk." Specifically that he didn't have one. He said it with this weird emphasis, like he was trying to reassure me about something I hadn't asked about. Who mentions not having a shovel in their trunk? What possible reason would there be to bring that up, unless you were thinking about situations where someone might need a shovel for digging? My mind started racing through all the worst-case scenarios. We were driving through increasingly isolated areas. I had no cell service. No one knew exactly where I was or who I was with. And this guy was casually mentioning shovels and trunks like he was reading from some kind of serial killer handbook. I forced myself to make conversation, asking normal first-date questions about his job and interests, hoping to keep things light and avoid setting him off if he was planning something horrible. But my voice sounded weird even to me, too high, too strained, like I was barely holding it together. He kept driving deeper into what looked like state forest land. The road got narrower, the trees got thicker, and there were no other cars, no houses, no signs of other people anywhere. Just endless woods on both sides of a road that seemed to go nowhere. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 30 or 40 minutes, he finally pulled into the parking lot of what looked like a restaurant, but it was in the absolute middle of nowhere, surrounded by trees, with only a few other cars in the lot. Not the busy downtown sushi place I'd been expecting, but some isolated establishment that would have been perfect for making someone disappear without witnesses. The building looked legitimate enough. Proper signage, lights on, normal restaurant appearance. But the location was so remote, so far from anything else, that even if it was a real restaurant, no one would hear me scream if something went wrong. I was shaking as we walked toward the entrance. Every step felt like I was walking toward my own doom. I kept looking around for escape routes, for other people, for anything that might help if I needed to run. But when we got inside, it was actually a normal restaurant. There were other diners, servers walking around, the smell of food cooking in the kitchen. It looked and felt completely legitimate, not like some front for human trafficking or worse. I started to think maybe I'd been paranoid. Maybe the weird route and the comments about cell service and shovels were just unfortunate coincidences. Maybe this guy was just socially awkward and had poor communication skills. We got seated at a table, ordered drinks, started looking at the menu. For about 20 minutes, everything seemed normal. He was making regular conversation, asking about my job and hobbies, telling stories about his own life. Nothing threatening or concerning. But then, while we were waiting for our food to arrive, he asked me something that made my skin crawl. He wanted to know how long I thought it would be before we slept together. Not if we would, but how long until we would. Like it was an inevitable conclusion to our evening that he was just trying to schedule. The way he asked it was so casual, so presumptuous, like we'd already established that sex was definitely going to happen, and he was just curious about the timeline. Like my consent was irrelevant to his plans. I told him I didn't make those kinds of decisions on first dates, that I preferred to get to know someone better before becoming intimate. I tried to keep my tone light and friendly, not wanting to anger him while we were so far from civilization. His response made every alarm bell in my head start ringing at maximum volume. He said he couldn't wait a month for sex, that he needed someone with a higher libido than that. Then he made some comment about how he hoped I wasn't one of those prudish girls who expected guys to wait forever. The entitlement in his voice, the assumption that my body and my choices were somehow inconveniencing him, told me everything I needed to know about what kind of person I was dealing with. I excused myself to go to the bathroom, hoping to find a landline or maybe get cell service inside the building, but there was no phone in the restroom, and my cell still showed no signal. I was trapped in the middle of nowhere with a man who clearly felt entitled to my body and had already demonstrated that he was comfortable with deception and manipulation. When I got back to the table, our food had arrived, and I forced myself to eat even though I had no appetite. I needed to keep up the pretense of a normal date until I could figure out how to get home safely. But as the meal went on, his behavior got worse. He started making increasingly sexual comments, talking about what he wanted to do to me later, describing in detail the kind of physical relationship he was expecting. All while we were in a public restaurant, like he had no concept of appropriate boundaries. I kept deflecting, trying to change the subject back to normal first date topics, but he kept steering the conversation back to sex and his expectations for how the evening would end. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I told him directly that I wasn't comfortable with the direction of our conversation and that I'd like him to take me home. That's when his whole demeanor changed. The friendly, charming facade dropped completely, and I saw the real person underneath. His face got cold, his voice got sharp, and he said he was disappointed in me. He'd invested weeks in our conversation, taken time out of his schedule for this date, and now I was being difficult about giving him what he deserved. The word deserved hit me like a punch to the stomach. This man genuinely believed that talking to me for 3 weeks and buying me dinner entitled him to sex, regardless of how I felt about it. I insisted that he take me home immediately. I wasn't angry or confrontational, just firm about needing to leave. But he seemed to interpret this as some kind of negotiation rather than a final decision. He said we could compromise, maybe not full sex tonight, but other activities that would satisfy his needs while respecting my boundaries. The way he said it made it clear that respecting my boundaries meant doing slightly less than what he originally wanted, not actually caring about my consent or comfort. I stood up from the table and walked toward the exit, hoping he would follow and drive me home rather than abandon me in the middle of nowhere. But I was prepared to call a taxi or rideshare service if necessary, even if it meant waiting outside in the dark. He did follow me, but he was clearly angry about how the evening had gone. The drive back to my apartment was tense and uncomfortable, with him making passive-aggressive comments about modern women and their unrealistic expectations. But here's the thing that still terrifies me when I think about it. The drive back to my apartment took 15 minutes. 15 minutes on normal city streets, taking the direct route that I recognized and had expected him to use in the first place. The route he'd taken to get to the restaurant had been over an hour of driving through remote areas with no cell service. There had been absolutely no reason to go that way except to isolate me, to make sure I couldn't call for help or escape if I needed to. He'd deliberately taken me as far as possible from safety, to a location where no one could hear me scream, where I couldn't contact the outside world, where I would be completely dependent on him for getting home. When he dropped me off at my apartment, he made one final comment that haunts me to this day. He said he was disappointed that I hadn't been more grateful for the evening, and that he hoped I'd reconsider his offer when I had time to think about it. Like he expected me to change my mind about having sex with him. Like this was just a temporary setback in his plan, rather than a complete rejection. I got out of his car as quickly as possible, rushed into my building, and locked my door behind me. Then I sat on my couch and shook for about 2 hours, thinking about everything that could have gone wrong, all the ways that evening could have ended differently. The next morning, I got a text message from him saying he'd had a great time and asking when we could get together again. Like the entire uncomfortable ending to our date had never happened, like I hadn't clearly expressed that I never wanted to see him again. I blocked his number immediately and reported his profile on the dating app. But the whole experience left me paranoid about online dating for months afterward. I still don't know what his actual intentions were that night. Maybe he was just incredibly entitled and clueless about consent, with no understanding of how his behavior was threatening and inappropriate. Maybe the weird route to the restaurant was really just him being bad with directions, and the comments about shovels and cell service were innocent coincidences. But I don't think so. I think I was very, very lucky that night. I think his plan involved getting me somewhere isolated, where I couldn't escape or call for help, and something about my reactions or the restaurant environment made him decide not to follow through with whatever he'd been considering. The fact that he knew exactly how to get home quickly, using roads he'd avoided on the way there, tells me that the long, confusing route had been deliberate. He'd wanted me lost, scared and dependent on him. He'd wanted me to understand that I was completely at his mercy. I've never used a dating app again, and I'll never let a stranger pick me up at my home address. That night taught me that there are people out there who view dating as a hunting game, who see isolation and fear as tools for getting what they want from women. I was lucky enough to make it home safely, but I know that other women in similar situations haven't been so fortunate. The casual way he talked about shovels and remote locations, the deliberate route through areas with no cell service, the entitled attitude about sex, all of it suggests someone who'd thought very carefully about how to control and manipulate a victim. To this day, I get nervous when I'm in a car with someone I don't know well, especially if we're driving through areas I don't recognize. That feeling of being trapped, of being completely at someone else's mercy with no way to call for help, has stayed with me as a reminder of how quickly a normal situation can become dangerous. I don't know what happened to that guy, or if he ever found women who were less cautious than I was, but I hope that sharing this story might help other people recognize the warning signs and trust their instincts when something doesn't feel right. Because sometimes the difference between a bad date and something much worse is just luck, timing, and the courage to insist on your own safety, even when someone is trying to convince you that you're being unreasonable. Story 9. My grandmother lived with us my entire life, and losing her in 2020 was like having half my soul ripped away. She didn't just live in our house. She had her own apartment in the basement that my dad had converted for her when I was little. It was this cozy setup with a bedroom, sitting area, and small kitchenette, basically a self-contained living space where she could have privacy, but still be close to family. But she wasn't just living downstairs. She was raising me. My parents both worked demanding jobs with long hours, so from the time I could walk, I spent most of my day with her. She taught me to read, helped with homework, made sure I ate proper meals, and tucked me in at night when my parents were still at work. She was more like a second mother than a grandmother. When she died that March, right at the beginning of the pandemic, when everything was already falling apart, it felt like the end of the world. I was 22 years old, and I'd never lived a single day without her presence in the house. The basement apartment sat empty for the first time in my memory, and the whole house felt wrong without her voice, her cooking smells, her constant presence. But within days of her funeral, things started happening down there that I couldn't explain. The first incident was with her clown figurines. My grandmother had this collection of maybe 30 ceramic and porcelain clowns that she'd been building for decades. They were arranged on shelves all around her sitting room, and she'd spent hours dusting them and rearranging them. They were her pride and joy, though honestly, they'd always creeped me out a little. My sister went down to the basement about a week after the funeral to start sorting through things, and she came running upstairs white as a sheet. One of the larger clown figurines had fallen off its shelf and was lying shattered on the floor. Not just knocked over, it had somehow traveled about 4 feet from the shelf to where it landed, like it had been thrown. The shelf was solid wood, mounted securely to the wall, and there was no vibration or movement that could have caused the figurine to fall. Plus, all the other clowns on the same shelf were sitting exactly where they'd always been, undisturbed. We cleaned up the broken pieces and tried to convince ourselves it was just settling, or some kind of delayed reaction to people walking around upstairs. Old houses shift and things fall sometimes, but it felt wrong, like something had deliberately destroyed one of her most treasured possessions. The next incident happened around Christmas. We'd kept her little artificial tree up because none of us had the heart to pack away her decorations yet. It was this tiny tabletop tree with maybe 20 miniature ornaments that she'd collected over the years, each one carefully chosen and placed. I was downstairs getting some of my old books from storage when I heard this gentle tinkling sound, like wind chimes or glass touching glass. When I looked over at the Christmas tree, all the ornaments were moving, not swaying like someone had bumped the table, actually moving, rotating and spinning on their hooks like invisible fingers were touching each one. I stood there for maybe 30 seconds, watching these tiny ornaments dance around on the tree with no explanation for what was causing the movement. There was no air circulation in the basement, no vibration from the furnace or water heater, No logical reason for every single ornament to be moving independently. Then, just as suddenly as it started, everything stopped. The ornaments went completely still, hanging normally like nothing had happened. But the incident that really convinced me something supernatural was happening came on New Year's Eve. I was up late gaming, which was pretty normal for me. I'm a night owl and always have been. Plus, I was dealing with grief by staying up too late and sleeping too much during the day. It was probably around 2:30 in the morning, and I knew I had to work early the next day, but I was in the middle of this campaign that I'd been working on for weeks. I was completely absorbed in the game when suddenly my console just shut off. Not like it overheated or lost power. It displayed this error message that I'd never seen before and have never seen since. Something about a critical system failure that required immediate shutdown. The thing is, I'd been playing on that console for years without any problems. It was well maintained, properly ventilated, and had never given me any technical issues. For it to suddenly display a completely unfamiliar error message and force shutdown in the middle of the night felt like more than just a coincidence. The moment the screen went black, I had this overwhelming urge to go to bed immediately. Not tired exactly, but this strong compulsion that I needed to stop what I was doing and go to sleep right now. It was the same feeling I used to get as a kid when my grandmother would tell me it was bedtime. This sense that I was being gently but firmly directed to do the responsible thing. I tried to restart the console to see if the error would happen again, but it wouldn't turn on at all. Completely unresponsive, like it had been permanently disabled. I finally gave up and went to bed, figuring I'd deal with the technical problem in the morning. When I woke up the next day and tried the console again, it worked perfectly. No error messages, no problems, like nothing had ever happened. I played for hours without any issues, and the console has worked fine ever since. But here's what really convinced me it was my grandmother's influence. I got called into work early that New Year's Day because someone had called out sick. If I'd stayed up gaming until 4 or 5 in the morning like I'd been planning, I would have been exhausted and probably would have performed poorly or even fallen asleep on the job. Instead, because I'd gone to bed at a reasonable time, I was well rested and alert. I made a good impression on my supervisor by being reliable during a holiday staffing crisis, and it actually led to more opportunities at work later. It was exactly the kind of thing my grandmother would have done when she was alive, making sure I got enough sleep before important responsibilities, even when I was too stubborn or short-sighted to take care of myself properly. After that night, I started paying attention to other small incidents that might be signs of her continued presence in the house. Sometimes I'd find the basement lights turned on when I was sure I'd turned them off. Not a big deal normally, but it always happened when I was having a particularly bad day or feeling especially sad about her death, like she was reminding me that her space was still there, still welcoming, still part of the home we'd shared. Occasionally I'd smell her perfume in unexpected places around the house. She'd worn the same floral scent for as long as I could remember, and sometimes I'd catch just a hint of it in the kitchen or hallway, usually when I was feeling overwhelmed or stressed about something. A few times when I was sitting in the living room feeling depressed or anxious, I'd hear what sounded like her voice calling my name from the basement. Not loud or demanding, just the gentle way she used to call me for meals or to help with something. When I'd go downstairs to check, there would be nobody there, but I'd always feel calmer and more centered afterward. The most memorable incident happened about 6 months after she died. I was going through a really rough patch, struggling with work, having relationship problems, generally feeling lost and directionless in a way that was making me question everything about my life. I was sitting at her old kitchen table in the basement, looking through photo albums and feeling sorry for myself when I started talking to her picture on the wall. I know it sounds crazy, but I was desperate for guidance, for some sense that she was still looking out for me somehow. I told her about everything that was going wrong in my life, how much I missed her advice and support, how I didn't know how to make important decisions without her input. I asked her to give me some kind of sign that she was still around, that she still cared about what happened to me. The moment I finished talking, the picture on the wall lit up. Not like someone had shined a flashlight on it, but like the photograph itself was glowing with this warm, soft light that seemed to come from within. The light lasted maybe 10 or 15 seconds, just long enough for me to really see it and understand that it wasn't my imagination or a trick of the regular lighting. When the glow faded, I felt this incredible sense of peace and comfort, like I'd been wrapped in the warmest, most loving hug imaginable. All the anxiety and depression I'd been carrying around for months just melted away, replaced by this certainty that everything was going to be okay. And you know what? Everything did turn out okay. Within weeks, the work situation resolved itself, the relationship problems worked out, and I started feeling like myself again, like she was still guiding me and protecting me, even from whatever realm she'd moved on to. The activity in the basement has been less frequent over the past few years, but it still happens sometimes. Usually when I'm facing difficult decisions or going through stressful periods, a light turning on when I need comfort, the smell of her perfume when I'm feeling lost, small things that remind me I'm not alone. I've tried to explain these experiences to friends and family, but most people think I'm just processing grief in my own way, finding meaning in random coincidences because I miss her so much. Maybe they're right. Maybe it's all psychological, my brain creating supernatural explanations for normal events because I can't accept that she's really gone. But I don't think so. I think love is stronger than death, and I think some people leave such a profound impact on the world that they find ways to stick around and keep helping the people they care about. My grandmother spent 22 years making sure I grew up safe, healthy, and loved. She disciplined me when I needed it, comforted me when I was hurt, and always pushed me to make better choices even when I didn't want to listen. Why would death stop her from doing what she'd always done? Why wouldn't she find ways to keep guiding me from whatever comes after this life? The basement apartment is still empty, but it doesn't feel abandoned anymore. It feels like a space that's being maintained by someone who's still invested in this house and the people who live in it. Sometimes I go down there just to sit and think, and I always leave feeling more grounded and centered than when I arrived. I know she's still here in some way, still watching over me and the rest of the family, still making sure we're making good choices and taking care of ourselves. The clown figurine that fell, the Christmas ornaments that moved, the gaming console that shut down to make me get proper sleep before work. All of it feels like her continued presence in our lives. She's not haunting us in any scary or negative way. She's just being the same loving, protective force she always was, adapted to whatever new form of existence she's experiencing now. And honestly, it's comforting. Even though I miss her physical presence terribly, knowing that some part of her is still looking out for me makes the grief more bearable. I'm not completely alone in the world. I still have my grandmother's love and guidance, just delivered in ways I never expected to experience. Death isn't the end of relationships that matter. It's just a change in how those relationships function, how love gets expressed and received. My grandmother taught me that by continuing to be part of my life even after her death, by finding new ways to show me that I'm still loved, still protected, still important to someone who will never stop caring about my well-being. The basement will always be her space, and she'll always be welcome there for as long as our family lives in this house. Because some bonds are too strong to be broken by something as temporary and arbitrary as physical death. And some love is too powerful to be contained by the boundaries between life and whatever comes after. She's still here, still taking care of me, still making sure I get enough sleep and make good decisions, and remember that I'm loved, just like she always has, just like she always will, in whatever form that love needs to take to reach me when I need it most. Story 10. When I was really little, maybe 4.5 years old, I had this recurring dream that terrified me, but also felt incredibly real. It happened so many times that even now, decades later, I can remember every single detail with crystal clarity. But the thing is, I'm not sure it was actually a dream at all. It always started the same way. I'd be lying in my bed, in that drowsy state between being awake and falling asleep, when I'd feel someone gently picking me up. Not roughly or suddenly, but the way a parent lifts a sleeping child, careful and protective, like they didn't want to wake me completely. The person carrying me felt like an adult woman. I could sense her size and strength, the way she cradled me against her body, the feminine presence that surrounded me as she moved through the house. But I never saw her face clearly. I was always in that half-conscious state where everything felt distant and dreamlike. She would carry me from my bedroom, and I'd feel us moving through the house in a route that I recognized even with my eyes mostly closed. Down the hallway past my parents' room, through the living room, into the kitchen where I could hear the familiar hum of the refrigerator and feel the different texture of the linoleum floor under her feet. Then we'd go down the basement stairs. Our basement wasn't finished, just concrete walls, exposed beams, and that musty smell that all basements have. During the day, it was where we kept storage boxes, holiday decorations, and my dad's tools. But at night, especially when I was being carried down there in this dream state, it felt like a completely different place. The woman would carry me all the way down the stairs, her footsteps echoing in the empty space, and then she'd gently place me on the cold concrete floor in a specific spot near the far wall. Always the same location, always with the same careful, loving attention, like she was tucking me into bed. I'd lie there on the floor, and even though it should have been uncomfortable and scary, I felt safe, protected. Like this woman, whoever she was taking care of me in some important way that I didn't understand. The strangest part was that I'd always end up facing toward my sister's room. My sister had moved into the basement when she got older, wanting more privacy and space. Her room was in the finished part of the basement, with proper walls and carpet and everything. From where I was placed on the floor, I could see her doorway across the basement space. I'd lie there for what felt like hours, staring toward my sister's room, feeling this overwhelming sadness that I didn't understand. Not fear or confusion, but genuine grief, like I was mourning something important that I'd lost. Eventually, I'd fall into deeper sleep, and when I woke up, I'd always be back in my own bed upstairs. My parents never mentioned finding me in the basement, never acted like anything unusual had happened. As far as they knew, I'd slept peacefully in my room all night. This happened dozens of times over the course of maybe 2 years. Always the exact same sequence, being carried downstairs by the woman, placed on the basement floor facing my sister's room, lying there filled with inexplicable sadness, then waking up in my own bed with no memory of how I'd gotten back there. I tried to tell my parents about the dreams, but they dismissed them as normal childhood nightmares. Kids have vivid imaginations, they said, and sometimes dreams feel so real that you think they actually happened. They weren't concerned because I always seemed fine in the morning and never showed signs of actually sleepwalking or leaving my room. But I knew these experiences were different from regular dreams. They had a consistency and physical reality that my other dreams never had. I could feel the texture of the concrete floor, smell the basement air, sense the temperature changes as we moved through different parts of the house. Most importantly, the emotional content never varied. In regular dreams, feelings shift and change as the dream progresses. But in these experiences, I always felt the same things: safety and love while being carried, then profound sadness while lying on the basement floor. As I got older, The experiences stopped happening. I don't remember the last time it occurred, but sometime around my 7th birthday, the woman stopped coming for me. I started sleeping through the night normally, without those mysterious trips to the basement. For years, I didn't think much about those childhood experiences. I had vague memories of weird dreams about being carried downstairs, but they seemed like the kind of thing kids imagine and then forget about as they grow up. But when I was in high school, something happened that brought all those memories flooding back with terrifying clarity. I was staying up late one night, probably around 15 or 16 years old, doing homework or talking on the phone or whatever teenagers do when they should be sleeping. My sister was home from college for the weekend, staying in her old basement room. It must have been around 2 in the morning when I heard this sound that made my blood run cold. A baby crying. Not just any crying, but the desperate, heartbroken wailing of an infant who was in distress or pain. It was coming from the basement, echoing up through the house in a way that made my skin crawl. I sat frozen in my bed, listening to this impossible sound. There was no baby in our house. There hadn't been a baby in our house since I was small, but the crying was so clear, so real, that there was no mistaking it for anything else. The sound went on for maybe 10 minutes, this constant grief-stricken crying that seemed to be coming from the exact area where I'd been placed during those childhood experiences. The same spot on the basement floor where I'd lain, feeling inexplicably sad. I was too scared to go investigate by myself, so I crept down the hall to my parents' room. But when I got there, they were both sleeping peacefully. The baby's crying was loud enough that it should have woken them up, but they showed no signs of hearing it. I went to my sister's room next, thinking maybe she could hear it too, and we could figure out what was happening together. But when I got to the basement stairs, the crying stopped, just stopped, complete silence, like someone had flipped a switch. My sister was awake though, sitting up in her bed looking pale and shaken. She asked me if I'd heard the baby crying, and when I said yes, she looked relieved that she wasn't going crazy. We sat in her room for the rest of the night, talking about what we'd experienced and trying to make sense of it. That's when she told me something that changed my understanding of everything. She said she'd been hearing baby crying from the basement occasionally for years, always late at night when the rest of the house was quiet. She'd assumed it was some kind of auditory hallucination, or maybe sound carrying from a neighbor's house, but it had always bothered her. More importantly, she said that sometimes she felt like she was being watched while she slept in that basement room, not by anything threatening or evil, but by a presence that felt protective and maternal, like someone was keeping vigil over her, making sure she was safe. That's when all the pieces clicked together in my mind. The woman who had carried me to the basement when I was little, the overwhelming sadness I'd felt while lying on the floor facing my sister's room, the baby crying that seemed to come from that same location, the maternal presence my sister sensed, watching over her. I think a baby had died in our house, probably years or decades before we moved in. And I think the spirit of that baby's mother was still there, still trying to care for the children who lived in the space where her own child had died. When I was small, she'd been drawn to me because I was close to the age her baby would have been if it had lived. She'd carried me to the spot where her child had died, placed me there with the same loving care she would have given her own baby, and then watched over me with the devotion of a mother who had lost everything. The sadness I'd felt wasn't my own emotion. It was hers, the grief of a woman who had lost her child and was trying to fill that emptiness by caring for other people's children, giving them the love and protection she'd never been able to give her own baby. As I got older and less baby-like, she'd transferred her attention to my sister, who was sleeping in the basement where the tragedy had originally occurred. She'd watched over my sister the way she would have watched over her own child, providing comfort and protection from whatever realm she existed in. The baby crying we'd heard was probably the sound of her child's death, echoing through time in the place where it had occurred. a traumatic memory so powerful that it could break through into the physical world, especially during quiet nighttime hours when the barrier between past and present was thinnest. My sister and I never told our parents about our conversation that night or about the theory we'd developed. It sounded too crazy, too much like something we'd made up to scare ourselves, but we both knew what we'd experienced, and we both felt the truth of what had happened in that house. Over the next few years, the activity gradually decreased. My sister moved out permanently after college, and I was getting older and probably less appealing to a maternal spirit who was drawn to younger children. But sometimes, even now, when I visit my parents' house, I can feel her presence in the basement, not actively trying to interact with anyone, but still there, still watching, still mourning the child she lost and the maternal love she never got to express. I don't know the specific details of what happened, when the baby died, how it died, who the mother was, or what became of her. But I know that tragedy leaves marks on places, and that some kinds of love are too powerful to be ended by death. A mother's love for her child, the need to protect and nurture and watch over someone smaller and more vulnerable. Those instincts don't just disappear when the physical body stops functioning. They find new ways to express themselves, new outlets for the care and devotion that defined a person's entire existence. The woman who carried me to the basement wasn't trying to harm me or replace her dead child with a living one. She was just doing what mothers do, making sure children are safe, providing comfort when they're scared, offering love and protection to anyone who needs it. I was 4.5 years old when she decided I needed her care, and she gave it to me in the only way she could. Even though I couldn't see her clearly or understand what was happening, I felt safe in her arms. I knew I was loved and protected by someone who would never let anything bad happen to me. That's a gift that most people never receive. The love of a mother whose devotion transcends death itself. Even though the experiences scared me at the time, I'm grateful now for those nights when I was carried downstairs and watched over by someone who had lost everything but still had love to give. The baby crying still happens sometimes, according to my parents, though they've never connected it to anything supernatural. They think it's pipe settling or sound carrying from other houses, normal explanations for something that defies normal understanding. But I know what it really is. It's the echo of a tragedy that happened in our house. The sound of a mother's worst nightmare playing out in a space where the past refuses to stay buried. And maybe that's okay. Maybe some sorrows are too profound to be forgotten. And maybe some love is too powerful to be contained by the boundaries between life and death. The mother who carried me to the basement is still there, still mourning her lost child, still offering protection and comfort to anyone who needs it. She's not haunting the house in any malicious way. She's just being a mother, the only way she knows how, in the only place she has left. I hope she finds peace eventually, but I also hope she knows that her love made a difference, that her protection meant something to the living children who shared her space. She gave me something precious during those childhood experiences, the knowledge that I was watched over and cared for by someone whose love was stronger than death itself. That's not a terrifying haunting. That's a blessing, even if it took me decades to understand it that way. Story 11. When I was 16 years old, living in Tennessee, I had this thing for collecting vintage porcelain dolls. I know that sounds weird now, especially given what happened, but at the time, I thought they were beautiful and sophisticated. There was something about their craftsmanship and history that appealed to me. These weren't cheap plastic toys, but actual works of art that had been made by skilled artisans decades ago. My best friend was this girl I'll call Dee, and she knew about my collection. Her grandmother had recently passed away, and the family was going through all her belongings, deciding what to keep and what to get rid of. Dee remembered that I loved old dolls, so she asked if I wanted to come look at her grandmother's collection before they donated everything to charity. I was excited about the possibility of adding to my collection, especially since these would be dolls with real family history behind them. There's something special about owning something that meant a lot to someone else, that was cherished and cared for by a person who's no longer around. Dee's grandmother had lived in this old farmhouse outside of town, the kind of place that probably hadn't been updated since the 1950s. Dark wood paneling, small windows, that musty smell that old houses get when they've been closed up for too long. The whole place felt heavy, with decades of memories and accumulated belongings. The doll collection was in what used to be the grandmother's bedroom, arranged on shelves along one entire wall. There must have been 30 or 40 dolls total, ranging from small baby dolls to elaborate Victorian-style figures in fancy dresses. Most of them were in excellent condition, obviously well-maintained and loved by someone who understood their value. But there was one doll that immediately caught my attention, and not in a good way. She was sitting in a small wooden rocking chair in the corner of the room, separate from all the others. About 2 feet tall, with long blonde hair that looked like real human hair, dressed in this elaborate blue velvet dress with tiny pearl buttons. Her face was porcelain, painted with incredible detail. Rosy cheeks, long eyelashes, lips that looked almost real. She would have been beautiful if not for her eyes. They were this pale blue color that seemed too bright, too intense for a doll's face. And there was something about the way she was positioned in that chair, the angle of her head and the set of her shoulders, that made her look like she was watching everything that happened in the room. I asked Dee about that particular doll, and she got this uncomfortable expression on her face. She said her grandmother had always claimed that doll was haunted, that it would move around the house on its own and cause strange things to happen. The family had learned to keep it in that rocking chair because that seemed to keep it calm and contained. According to Dee, her grandmother had gotten the doll from an estate sale decades ago. The people selling it had been eager to get rid of it, practically giving it away for free. They'd warned her that the doll had belonged to their recently deceased grandmother and that weird things happened when it was around. But Dee's grandmother had been fascinated by antiques and hadn't believed in supernatural nonsense, so she'd taken the doll home without any concerns. It wasn't until later that she started experiencing the kind of activity that made her reconsider her skepticism. Dee told me stories that her grandmother had shared over the years. The doll would be found in different rooms of the house, even though no one had moved it. Sometimes they'd hear the rocking chair creaking in the middle of the night, even when no one was in that room. Occasionally, other objects in the house would be rearranged or would go missing, only to turn up in strange locations days later. The grandmother had eventually decided that the doll needed to stay in that specific chair, and she'd made a rule that no one in the family should move it or disturb it. As long as they left it alone, the strange activity would be minimal and manageable. But here's the thing. I was 16 and thought I was fearless. The idea of owning a supposedly haunted doll seemed exciting rather than scary. I'd never experienced anything supernatural myself, and I figured the family stories were just superstition and imagination. So I asked if I could have her. Dee looked at me like I was insane. She said her family would probably be thrilled to get rid of the doll, but she wanted to make sure I understood what I might be getting myself into. I brushed off her concerns and said I could handle whatever supernatural activity might come with owning a vintage doll. Dee's mother was indeed happy to let me take the doll, along with the rocking chair she'd been sitting in. She said they'd been wondering how to dispose of something that had such negative associations for the family, and giving it to someone who actually wanted it seemed like the perfect solution. She did give me the same warning that Dee had, that the doll had a history of causing strange incidents and that I should be prepared for unusual activity if I brought it into my home. But she said it with this relieved smile, like she was just glad to have someone else take responsibility for the thing. I loaded the doll and chair into my car with a sense of triumph. I'd just acquired what was probably the most interesting piece in my collection, something with genuine history and mystery behind it. I couldn't wait to get home and find the perfect spot for her in my bedroom. I set up the rocking chair in the corner of my room, positioned so the doll would be facing my bed. She looked perfect there, like an elegant guardian watching over my space. I spent some time that evening just admiring her craftsmanship, the incredible detail in her dress and hair, the lifelike quality of her painted features. That first night, I went to sleep, feeling excited about my new acquisition. I'd never owned anything with such a dramatic backstory, and I was looking forward to showing her off to friends and maybe experiencing some of the supernatural activity that had made her famous in Dee's family. I got my wish, but not in the way I'd expected. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night, probably around 2 or 3 in the morning, with this overwhelming feeling that something was wrong. Not just the normal disorientation you get when you wake up in darkness, but genuine panic, like my body knew I was in danger before my brain had figured out why. I tried to sit up and turn on the bedside lamp, but I couldn't move. Not paralyzed exactly, but like my body was incredibly heavy and unresponsive. My arms felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds, and no matter how hard I concentrated, I couldn't make my fingers reach the light switch. That's when I realized I could hear something that made my blood turn to ice. Children laughing. Dozens of children, maybe hundreds, all laughing at the same time in this echoing, surreal chorus that seemed to be coming from every direction around me. Not happy laughter either. This was the kind of laughter you hear in nightmares, high-pitched and mocking and completely devoid of joy. Like invisible children were surrounding my bed and finding something hilarious about my terror and helplessness. The laughter got louder and more intense, layering on top of itself, until it was this overwhelming wall of sound that made my ears ring and my head pound. I wanted to scream, to call for help, to do anything to make it stop. But I still couldn't move or speak. And through it all, I could sense that the doll was watching me. I couldn't turn my head to look at her directly, but I could feel her attention like a physical weight. She was sitting in that rocking chair, perfectly still, but somehow radiating this malevolent satisfaction, like she was orchestrating the whole experience and enjoying every second of my fear. The laughter continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only a few minutes. It would get louder and more frantic, then fade to whispers, then build up again to that deafening chorus of mocking voices. The whole time, I was trapped in my own body, unable to move or cry out or escape from whatever was happening to me. Finally, as suddenly as it had started, everything stopped. The laughter cut off instantly, leaving behind this dead silence that was almost as terrifying as the sound had been. I could move again, could sit up and reach for the lamp, could finally see my room in normal light. The doll was exactly where I'd left her, sitting peacefully in the rocking chair with that serene expression on her painted face. Nothing was disturbed or out of place. If I hadn't just lived through those minutes of absolute terror, I might have convinced myself it had all been a nightmare. But I knew it wasn't a dream. The fear was too real, too specific, too different from anything my sleeping mind had ever produced. Something had happened in that room. Something connected to the doll I'd brought home. I spent the rest of the night sitting up with all the lights on, afraid to go back to sleep. I kept staring at the doll, waiting for some sign that she was more than just painted porcelain and fabric. But she just sat there looking innocent and beautiful, like any other collectible. By morning, I'd almost convinced myself that I'd experienced some kind of sleep paralysis or anxiety attack. The stress of bringing home a supposedly haunted object might have triggered my imagination to create a supernatural experience that felt completely real. But deep down, I knew that wasn't what had happened. The next day, I called Dee and told her I needed to return the doll immediately. I didn't go into details about what I'd experienced, just said that having her in my room was making me uncomfortable, and I'd changed my mind about wanting to keep her. Dee wasn't surprised. She said her mother had been wondering how long it would take before I brought the doll back. Apparently, several other people over the years had taken the doll home, only to return it within days after experiencing things they couldn't explain or handle. When I drove back to Dee's house with the doll and chair, her mother took one look at my face and nodded like she'd been expecting this. She said I looked exactly like the other people who'd tried to keep the doll, pale, shaken, and desperate to get rid of something that had seemed like a good idea initially. She didn't ask what had happened, just helped me carry the doll back into the grandmother's old bedroom and position her in the same corner where she'd been before. The moment we set the rocking chair down in that familiar spot, I felt this wave of relief, like a terrible pressure had been lifted from my shoulders. But I also felt something else that made my skin crawl. Satisfaction. Not from me, but from the doll. Like she was pleased to be back in her preferred location, back in control of her environment. Dee's mother noticed my expression and said something that still gives me chills when I think about it. She said the doll seemed to enjoy tormenting people who tried to own her, but she was always willing to come back to that house. Like she considered it her true home and would tolerate visitors, but not permanent relocations. I never found out what eventually happened to that doll. Dee's family moved away a few months later, and we lost touch over the years. I assume they either sold the house with all its contents or found some way to dispose of the doll that didn't involve passing her on to another unsuspecting collector. But sometimes I wonder if she's still out there, sitting in someone else's corner, waiting for the right moment to surround another person with that chorus of mocking children's laughter. I gave up collecting antique dolls after that experience. Even now, decades later, I can't look at porcelain faces and glassy eyes without remembering that night of absolute helplessness and terror. The way those invisible children had laughed at my fear, the sense that something malevolent was feeding off my panic. Whatever was attached to that doll, whatever made her more than just a collector's item, it was something that enjoyed causing suffering. It wasn't a lost spirit looking for help or a confused entity trying to communicate. It was something that took pleasure in trapping people in their own bodies while filling their minds with sounds that no living person should ever have to hear. I learned that some antiques come with more history than you want to own, and that not all supernatural experiences are the kind of ghost stories you can laugh about later. Some things are genuinely malevolent, genuinely dangerous, and genuinely better left alone. That doll taught me to respect the warnings that come with certain objects, to listen when multiple people tell you that something isn't safe to bring into your home. Because some prices are too high to pay for the sake of curiosity or the thrill of owning something with a dark past. I still remember every detail of that night, the weight of my paralyzed body, the crescendo of that horrible laughter, the sense that something was watching me with cold satisfaction while I suffered. It's not the kind of experience you forget or rationalize away. And I still remember the feeling I got when we put that doll back in her original spot. That sense of something settling back into its preferred arrangement, like we'd returned a predator to its hunting ground, where it could wait patiently for the next person who thought they were brave enough to take it home. Some things are meant to stay where they are, no matter how beautiful or intriguing they might seem. That doll was one of them, and I'm grateful I survived the lesson of learning that the hard way. Story 12. I was living in Kentucky with my ex-girlfriend at the time, and our relationship was already on thin ice. We'd been together for about 8 months, but things had been getting progressively worse over the past few weeks. She was constantly making these comments about how she could find someone better than me, always bringing up her ex-boyfriends and comparing me to guys she'd dated before. It was exhausting being with someone who made it clear that you weren't good enough, that you were just a placeholder until something better came along. But I was young and stupid, and I thought I could somehow prove myself worthy or change her mind about me. The day this happened was a Saturday in late fall. We'd spent the morning doing normal couple things, grocery shopping, running errands, trying to pretend our relationship wasn't falling apart. By afternoon, we were both tired and irritable, that kind of low-level tension that comes from two people who don't really want to be around each other, but don't know how to end things cleanly. We decided to just stay in and watch TV, maybe order some food later. Normal, boring weekend stuff that should have been relaxing and peaceful. She was curled up on one end of our couch, and I was on the other end, both of us staring at some mindless show and not really talking. The atmosphere in the apartment felt heavy and uncomfortable, like the air before a thunderstorm. We were both aware that our relationship was dying, but neither of us wanted to be the one to actually say it out loud. So we just sat there in this awkward silence, pretending to watch TV while avoiding eye contact. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, something changed. I was scrolling through my phone, not really paying attention to what was happening on the screen, when I noticed she had gotten very quiet. Not just normal quiet, but completely still, like she'd stopped breathing. When I looked over at her, the expression on her face made my blood run cold. Her eyes were completely blank, not closed, not looking at something else, but staring straight ahead with this empty, vacant look that didn't seem human. Like someone had just switched off whatever makes a person, leaving behind just a body with no consciousness inside. I said her name, asked if she was okay, but she didn't respond at all. Didn't even blink or acknowledge that I'd spoken. She just kept staring at nothing with those dead, empty eyes that made my stomach twist with sudden fear. Then she turned her head toward me with this slow, mechanical movement that looked completely unnatural, like a robot or a mannequin being positioned by invisible hands. Her neck moved in this jerky, stuttering way that no living person's neck should move. When her eyes focused on me, I felt like I was looking at a complete stranger, not the woman I'd been living with for months, not someone I'd laughed with and argued with and shared a bed with. This was someone else entirely, wearing her face like a mask. The person looking at me through her eyes didn't recognize me at all. There was no familiarity, no memory of our relationship or shared experiences. It was like she'd been replaced by something that had never seen me before and was trying to figure out what I was and why I was sitting in her living room. That's when she lunged at me, not like someone who was angry or trying to start a fight, but like a wild animal attacking prey. She threw herself across the couch with this inhuman speed and strength, her hands going straight for my throat with these clawed fingers that felt nothing like her normal, gentle touch. The force of her attack knocked me backward against the arm of the couch, and suddenly she was on top of me, her hands wrapped around my neck and squeezing with a grip that was impossibly strong. She wasn't a big person, maybe 5'4", pretty petite build, but the strength in her hands was terrifying. I couldn't breathe, couldn't speak, couldn't do anything but claw at her wrists and try to break free from a grip that felt like it was going to crush my windpipe. Her face was maybe 6 inches from mine, and she was staring down at me with those empty eyes. No emotion or recognition, just cold calculation. She wasn't angry or upset or having some kind of emotional breakdown. She was methodical, focused, like she was performing a task that required her complete attention. Like strangling me was just something that needed to be done, with no more feeling than you'd have while doing dishes or folding laundry. I managed to get one hand free and tried to push her face away, but she didn't react to pain or pressure the way a normal person would. It was like her body had been disconnected from normal human responses, turned into this efficient killing machine that nothing could distract or deter. My vision was starting to get blurry from lack of oxygen, and I could feel myself getting weaker as her grip tightened around my throat. This wasn't a temporary attack or momentary loss of control. She was going to kill me, and she was going to keep squeezing until I stopped breathing permanently. In desperation, I managed to get both hands on her wrists and use all my strength to break her grip. It took everything I had, and for a moment, I wasn't sure I was going to be able to do it. But finally her hands came loose, and I could gasp in some precious air. The moment I broke free from her grip, she immediately scrambled off the couch and went for something else. There was a hammer sitting on the coffee table, my hammer that I'd been using earlier to hang some pictures and had forgotten to put away. She grabbed it with both hands and raised it over her head, and I realized with absolute terror that she intended to bring it down on my skull with enough force to crack my head open. The look on her face was still that same blank, emotionless expression, but now there was this sense of purpose, like she'd found a more efficient tool for accomplishing whatever goal was driving her actions. I rolled off the couch and onto the floor just as the hammer came down, missing my head by maybe 2 inches and embedding itself in the couch cushion where I'd just been lying. She pulled it free and raised it again, following my movement with these jerky, unnatural motions. I scrambled across the floor, trying to get away from her and find some way to defend myself or escape from the apartment. But she was right behind me, still holding that hammer, moving with this relentless determination that made it clear she wasn't going to stop until one of us was dead. When she swung the hammer at me the second time, I managed to grab her wrist and twist her arm until she dropped the weapon. We struggled for maybe 30 seconds, both of us fighting for control, but I was bigger and stronger and fueled by pure survival instinct. I finally managed to wrestle the hammer away from her and threw it across the room where she couldn't reach it. That's when something incredible happened. The moment the hammer left her hands, her entire demeanor changed. The blank, empty expression disappeared from her face, replaced by confusion and fear. The rigid, mechanical way she'd been moving gave way to normal human posture and gestures. It was like someone had flipped a switch and turned her back into the person I recognized. She looked around the room like she had no idea how she'd gotten there, then looked at me with genuine confusion and growing terror. She could see that we'd obviously been fighting. Furniture was knocked over. There were marks on my neck from her hands. The hammer was lying across the room where I'd thrown it. But she had absolutely no memory of what had just happened. She kept asking me what was wrong, why I looked so scared, what had happened to make such a mess of the living room. When I tried to explain that she'd just tried to kill me, she looked at me like I was insane. She had no recollection of attacking me, no memory of grabbing my throat or trying to bash my head in with a hammer. As far as she knew, we'd been sitting peacefully on the couch watching TV, and then suddenly I was acting like she was some kind of dangerous monster. I was still shaking from adrenaline and fear, still processing the fact that someone I'd been living with for months had just tried to murder me with no warning or apparent motive. But she seemed genuinely confused and upset by my reaction, like I was having some kind of paranoid episode. The most terrifying part was how completely normal she seemed once the attack was over. No lingering hostility, no sign that she was still dangerous or unstable. She was back to being the person I knew, with no apparent awareness that anything unusual had happened. I didn't know what to do. How do you explain to someone that they just tried to kill you when they have no memory of it? How do you trust someone who might turn into a homicidal stranger without warning? I spent the rest of that day in a state of shock and hypervigilance, watching her for any sign that she might snap again. But she acted completely normal. Concerned about my obvious distress, confused about why I kept flinching away from her, genuinely bewildered by the whole situation. That night, I locked myself in the bathroom and tried to figure out what to do next. I couldn't stay in that apartment with someone who might try to kill me again without warning, but I also couldn't explain to anyone what had happened without sounding completely insane. I left the next morning while she was still sleeping, took my essential belongings and got out of there as quietly as possible. I couldn't face another conversation about what had happened, couldn't handle her continued confusion and denial about an event that had nearly cost me my life. I never saw her again after that day, never tried to contact her or find out what might have caused her to attack me so suddenly and violently. But a few months later, I heard through mutual friends that she'd moved to Illinois and was living with some new guy. That's when I learned something that made my blood run cold all over again. According to the friend who told me this, her new boyfriend had called the police one night claiming that she'd attacked him without provocation. He'd had to fight her off and lock himself in a bedroom until she calmed down. And when the police arrived, she had no memory of the incident. The details were almost identical to what I'd experienced. Sudden, violent attack with no apparent trigger, followed by complete amnesia about what had happened. Like she'd been temporarily possessed by something that wanted to hurt people, then returned to normal with no awareness of what she'd done. I never found out if there were other incidents with other men, but the pattern was clear enough to convince me that what I'd experienced wasn't a one-time breakdown or stress-related episode. There was something seriously wrong with her, something that made her dangerous to be around, even when she seemed completely normal. The thing that still haunts me is how quickly and completely she'd changed from someone I thought I knew into a complete stranger who wanted me dead. There had been no warning signs, no escalation of violence or aggression. One moment, she was my girlfriend sitting on the couch. The next moment, she was a killing machine trying to crush my windpipe. I've tried to research what might cause that kind of sudden personality change and violent behavior, but I've never found a satisfactory explanation. Dissociative episodes, psychiatric breaks, even drug reactions don't usually involve that level of focused, methodical violence followed by complete amnesia. Whatever happened to her that day, whatever took control of her mind and body, it was something that went beyond normal mental health issues. It was like she'd been temporarily replaced by something that existed only to cause harm, something that used her familiar face and body to get close enough to attack. I still have nightmares about that blank, empty expression in her eyes when she was trying to strangle me. The way she'd looked at me like I was nothing more than an obstacle to be eliminated, with no recognition or humanity left in her face. But the worst part is knowing that she's still out there, probably still experiencing these episodes with other people who trust her and live with her. Men who go to sleep next to someone they love and might wake up to find a stranger trying to kill them. I never reported what happened because I knew no one would believe me, and because she genuinely seemed to have no control over or memory of her actions. But I sometimes wonder if I should have tried harder to get her help, or at least warn other people about what she might be capable of. The experience taught me that you can never really know someone completely, that even the people closest to you might be harboring something dangerous that could emerge without warning. It made me paranoid about relationships for years afterward, always wondering if the person I was with might suddenly turn into someone who wanted to hurt me. But mostly, it left me with the terrifying knowledge that evil can wear any face, can hide behind any smile, can live inside anyone you think you love and trust. And sometimes, the most dangerous monsters are the ones that don't even know they're monsters, that have no idea what they're capable of until something triggers them to attack. I moved across the country after that, started over in a place where no one knew about what had happened in Kentucky. But I still check my doors and windows obsessively, still have trouble sleeping soundly next to anyone, still wake up sometimes with the phantom feeling of hands around my throat, because once you've seen someone you trust transform into a predator in front of your eyes, you never really feel safe again. You never stop wondering when the person lying next to you might open their eyes and look at you with that blank, empty stare that means you have seconds to fight for your life. Story 13. My grandfather's lake house was supposed to be this amazing family retreat where we'd spend summers and holidays making memories. 2 stories, full basement, 4 bedrooms, right on the water with a dock and everything. From the outside, it looked like the perfect vacation home, the kind of place you'd see in a magazine about family getaways. But from the moment I first walked through that front door, when I was maybe 8 years old, something in my brain just went into full panic mode. I'm talking about that primal lizard brain terror that makes your heart race and your palms sweat for no logical reason. Fight or flight response kicking in so hard, I wanted to run straight back to the car and refuse to get out. I couldn't explain it then, and I still can't explain it now. The house just felt wrong in every possible way, like the walls were watching me, like the air itself was hostile and unwelcoming. Walking into that place was like stepping into the territory of something that definitely didn't want me there. The basement was the worst part. My grandfather had finished it completely. Carpeted floors, wood paneling, drop ceiling with fluorescent lights, a full game room with a pool table and old arcade machines. It should have been every kid's dream hangout space. But the lighting was all wrong, creating these deep shadows in corners that the overhead fixtures couldn't quite reach. There was something about being down there that made my skin crawl. Even during the day, with all the lights on and family members around, I felt like I was being watched by something hidden in those dark corners. The basement had no windows, so once you were down there, you were completely cut off from natural light and the outside world. My cousins loved that basement. They'd spend hours down there playing pool, video games, or just hanging out away from the adults. But I could never relax in that space. Never shake the feeling that something was lurking just out of sight, waiting for the right moment to make itself known. The worst incident happened during a family reunion when I was about 12. We had maybe 15 people staying in the house for the weekend. Grandparents, aunts and uncles, all us kids crammed into every available bedroom and sleeping space. On the Saturday night, we decided to play hide and seek after dinner. All the cousins, ranging in age from maybe 6 to 15, running around this big house trying to find the best hiding spots. It was actually fun at first. The house was big enough that you could really disappear if you found the right place. I was one of the seekers, counting to 30 while everyone else scattered to their hiding spots. When I finished counting and started searching, I could hear muffled giggles and whispered conversations coming from various rooms as people tried to stay quiet in their chosen locations. The basement was an obvious place to check, even though I hated going down there. Kids always think the basement is the perfect hiding spot because adults don't usually want to go poking around in storage areas and utility rooms. I made my way down the stairs, turning on every light switch I could find. The fluorescent fixtures hummed and flickered to life, casting that harsh, institutional lighting that somehow made the basement feel even more unwelcoming than it did in the dark. I could hear someone moving around in the game room area, probably behind the pool table or crouched next to the old pinball machine. I called out that I was coming to find whoever was down there, doing that whole playful seeker routine that's part of the game. But when I got to the game room, I realized the sounds I'd been hearing were coming from the storage area in the back corner of the basement. There was this closet-like space where my grandfather kept old furniture, Christmas decorations, and random household items that didn't have anywhere else to go. The door to that storage closet was closed, and I could definitely hear someone moving around inside. Shuffling sounds, like someone was trying to get comfortable in a cramped space, maybe repositioning themselves to stay hidden. I walked over to the closet door and grabbed the handle, ready to yank it open and catch whoever was hiding in there. The door felt stuck at first, like someone was holding it shut from the inside, which made sense if they were trying not to be found. But when I really pulled on it, putting my full weight into it, the door wouldn't budge at all. Not like someone was holding it shut, but like it was sealed or locked somehow. I tried turning the handle different ways, pushing and pulling, but the door was completely immovable. That's when I called out to whoever was inside, telling them the game was over and they needed to come out. I was starting to get frustrated with the stuck door, and I wanted to move on to searching other parts of the house. But there was no response from inside the closet. The shuffling sounds had stopped completely, leaving just this dead silence that felt way more ominous than it should have during a kid's game. I yelled louder, saying I knew someone was in there and they needed to open the door. Still nothing, just this oppressive quiet that made the hair on my arms stand up. That's when my grandfather came down to see what all the shouting was about. He'd heard me calling from upstairs and figured I was having trouble with the hide-and-seek game. Maybe needed help finding someone or dealing with a kid who didn't want to be found. I explained that someone was hiding in the storage closet, but the door was stuck and they weren't answering when I called to them. My grandfather looked confused and walked over to try the door himself. The handle turned easily in his hand and the door swung open without any resistance at all. The closet was completely empty. Not just empty of people, but empty of the stored items that were usually crammed into that space. No furniture, no Christmas decorations, no boxes of old household junk, just bare walls and floor, like the closet had been cleaned out completely. But here's the thing that made my blood run cold. I had definitely heard someone moving around in that space. Continuous shuffling and shifting sounds that had gone on for several minutes. Sounds that could only have been made by a person trying to hide in a cramped space. My grandfather was staring into the empty closet with this bewildered expression, like he couldn't understand where all his stored items had gone. He kept saying that the closet had been full of stuff just that morning, that he'd seen the boxes and furniture when he'd come down to check the circuit breaker. We both stood there looking into this completely empty space, trying to figure out what had happened to the contents and who or what I'd been hearing moving around inside. That's when my cousin came running down the basement stairs, shouting that she'd been looking for me everywhere. She'd been hiding under the stairs leading to the second floor and had gotten tired of waiting to be found. She was the only person who'd been hiding in the basement area, and she'd been upstairs the whole time I was dealing with the closet situation. My grandfather and I searched the entire basement, looking for any explanation for what I'd heard or where his stored items had gone. But we found nothing unusual. No sign of disturbance or any logical reason for the sounds I'd experienced. The next morning, when my grandfather went back down to the basement, all his stuff was back in the storage closet. Every box, every piece of furniture, every random item that belonged in that space was exactly where it had always been, arranged the same way it had been for years, like nothing had ever happened. But I knew what I'd heard. And I knew what I'd seen when that door finally opened. Something had been in that closet, something that had wanted me to know it was there, but didn't want to be seen or identified. After that incident, I refused to go into the basement alone, ever. If I needed something from downstairs, I'd wait until other people were around, or I'd ask an adult to get it for me. The thought of being trapped in that space with whatever presence was playing games with the family made me physically sick. My cousins thought I was being ridiculous, especially since they loved spending time in the game room. But a few of them admitted that they'd had their own weird experiences down there. Doors opening and closing on their own, the feeling of being watched while playing pool, strange sounds coming from empty rooms. One cousin said she'd been playing pinball by herself one afternoon when she heard someone walking around upstairs, heavy footsteps moving back and forth across the floor, directly above her head. But when she went upstairs to see who it was, the house was completely empty. Everyone else was outside on the dock or swimming in the lake. Another cousin mentioned that he'd been watching TV in the basement one evening when all the lights went out at once, even though the power was working fine in the rest of the house. He'd had to feel his way through the dark to the stairs, and the moment he reached the main floor, all the basement lights came back on by themselves. But none of their experiences were as direct or confrontational as what I'd dealt with that night. Most of the weird stuff that happened to other family members was subtle, just enough to be unsettling, but not enough to be undeniably supernatural. I think whatever was in that house had singled me out for some reason. Maybe because I was the most sensitive to its presence, or maybe because my obvious fear made me an interesting target for whatever games it wanted to play. The really disturbing thing was that my grandfather never seemed to experience anything unusual, and he was the one who spent the most time at the house. He'd go there alone for long weekends, working on maintenance projects and enjoying the solitude by the lake. But us kids, especially when we were in groups, seemed to attract whatever attention lived in that basement, like it enjoyed having an audience of young people who would be genuinely scared by its activities. I stopped going to family gatherings at the lake house when I got old enough to make my own decisions about these things. I'd make excuses about work or school or other commitments, anything to avoid spending nights in that place. My parents thought I was just being antisocial or difficult, but I couldn't explain to them that their father's vacation home was inhabited by something that took pleasure in terrorizing children. How do you tell adults that their family retreat is haunted without sounding like you're making up stories for attention? Eventually, my grandfather passed away, and the house was sold to people outside the family. I have no idea if the new owners experienced the same kind of supernatural activity, but I hope for their sake that whatever was in that basement moved on when our family connection to the property ended. But I doubt it. Some presences seem to be tied to specific locations rather than specific people, and that basement felt like it had been harboring something malevolent for a very long time. I still have nightmares about that storage closet sometimes. The sound of something moving around in a space that turned out to be empty, the way the door handle felt frozen in place until my grandfather tried it. The sight of that bare closet where there should have been years' worth of accumulated belongings. Most of all, I dream about the feeling I had in that moment when I realized something had been playing games with me, using my fear and confusion as entertainment. The sense that I was being tested or toyed with by an intelligence that found my terror amusing. That's the worst part about supernatural encounters. Not just the fear of the unknown, but the realization that you're dealing with something that enjoys causing that fear. Something that derives satisfaction from making people feel helpless and vulnerable. The lake house taught me that some places hold on to their secrets and their malevolent energies long after the original source of that darkness has passed on. And sometimes those places actively seek out new victims to torment, especially young people who are sensitive enough to pick up on supernatural activity. I never found out what originally happened in that basement to create such a hostile presence, but I know it was something that left a permanent stain on the property. Something that turned what should have been a peaceful family retreat into a hunting ground for whatever entity had claimed that space as its own. All I know for certain is that some houses are not meant to be homes, no matter how perfect they look from the outside. And some basements are not meant to be finished living spaces, no matter how much money and effort you put into making them comfortable, because you can't renovate away the kind of darkness that lives in the foundation of a place, and you can't install enough lighting to eliminate the shadows where malevolent things prefer to hide. Story 14. I've lived in 2 houses where people died horrible deaths, and both times I was haunted by the same terrifying figure. The first house, where I spent most of my childhood, had this dark history that we didn't learn about until years after we moved in. 3 people had been murdered there, and their bodies had been hidden in the attic for 6 years before anyone found them. 6 years of decomposition and horror literally hanging over our heads while we went about our daily lives completely unaware. When I was 11 years old, I started having these experiences that I couldn't understand or explain to anyone. It would always happen the same way. I'd spend the day playing outside with friends or riding my bike around the neighborhood, completely exhausting myself with normal kid activities. By bedtime, I'd be so tired I could barely keep my eyes open long enough to brush my teeth. But then, sometime around midnight, I'd wake up with this overwhelming sense of terror that I'd never felt before and haven't felt since. Not the normal fear you get from a bad dream or a strange noise. This was pure, primal panic that seemed to come from somewhere deep in my bones, like every instinct I had was screaming that I was in immediate, life-threatening danger. I'd lie there in my bed, paralyzed by this inexplicable fear, trying to figure out what had woken me up and why my heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The room would feel different somehow, charged with this malevolent energy that made my skin crawl and my mouth go dry. That's when I'd sense something watching me from the corner of my bedroom. I'd turn my head, slowly and reluctantly, knowing I didn't want to see whatever was there, but unable to stop myself from looking. And every single time, I'd see this figure standing in the right corner of my room, near the window, but not quite touching the wall. It was massive, easily 7 feet tall, maybe taller, with this imposing presence that seemed to take up more space than its actual physical form should have occupied. The figure wore what looked like a top hat, but not a normal-sized one. This hat was enormous, like something from a nightmare version of a Victorian gentleman, towering above an already unnaturally tall figure. The entity, because that's the only word that fits what I was seeing, emanated this aura of supernatural malevolence that made every cell in my body want to run, screaming from the room. It wasn't just scary to look at. It actively radiated hostility and threat, like it was broadcasting its intention to cause harm. I'd try to call out for my parents, but my voice would completely disappear. Not like I was too scared to speak loudly, but like my vocal cords had been disconnected entirely. I'd open my mouth and try to scream for help, but no sound would come out at all. Just this silent, desperate attempt to get someone, anyone, to come and save me from whatever was standing in my room. The figure would just stand there, perfectly still, staring at me with this intense focus that made me feel like I was being studied by a predator deciding how to attack its prey. I couldn't make out specific facial features, the hat cast shadows that made the face unclear, but I could feel its attention like a physical weight pressing down on me. This would go on for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Me lying frozen in my bed, unable to move or speak or do anything except stare back at this impossible figure while it observed me with that calculating, malevolent presence. Then, without any warning or transition, it would simply disappear, not fade away or walk out of the room, just vanish completely like someone had flipped a switch. 1 second it would be there, towering over me with that massive hat and threatening aura, and the next second I'd be alone in my normal childhood bedroom. The moment the figure disappeared, I'd be able to move and speak again. I'd jump out of bed and run to my parents' room, crying and trying to explain what I'd seen. But by the time I got there, the terror would already be fading, replaced by the kind of confusion you feel when you're not sure if something really happened or if you just had the most vivid nightmare of your life. My parents would comfort me and check my room to make sure there was nothing there, but they obviously thought I was just having bad dreams. Kids have active imaginations, they'd say, and sometimes nightmares can feel incredibly real. They weren't dismissive or unkind about it, but they clearly didn't believe I was experiencing anything supernatural. But I knew the difference between a dream and waking reality, even at 11 years old. The figure I was seeing had weight and presence and detail that dreams don't have. When it was in my room, I was fully awake and aware, not lost in some subconscious fantasy. This happened maybe once a month for about 2 years, always the same sequence: exhausting day of play, deep sleep, sudden awakening with inexplicable terror, the 7-foot figure with the giant top hat standing in my corner, paralysis and voicelessness, then sudden disappearance and return to normalcy. By the time I was 13, the encounters stopped completely. I don't remember the last time it happened, but sometime around my 13th birthday, the figure stopped visiting my room. I started sleeping through the night normally, without those midnight episodes of supernatural terror. For years, I convinced myself that my parents had been right, that I'd been having unusually vivid nightmares brought on by stress or an overactive imagination. The experiences faded into the back of my memory as something from my childhood that I'd probably exaggerated or misremembered. Then we moved to a different house when I was 16, and everything started again. The new house seemed completely normal. Modern construction, nice neighborhood, no obvious problems or red flags. My parents had bought it because my dad got a job transfer, and we needed to relocate to a different part of the state. I was actually excited about the move. New school, new friends, a chance to reinvent myself during the awkward teenage years when everyone wants a fresh start. The house itself was nicer than our old place, with a bigger yard and updated everything. But about 3 months after we moved in, I started having trouble sleeping. Not the dramatic midnight terror episodes from my childhood, just general restlessness and difficulty falling asleep. I'd lie in bed for hours, feeling vaguely unsettled but not understanding why. Then, one night in late fall, I was lying in bed around 2 in the morning when I felt that familiar sensation of being watched. That prickling awareness that comes when someone's attention is focused on you, even when you can't see them. My teenage bedroom was arranged differently than my childhood room had been. The bed was against a different wall, the furniture was positioned in new ways, but somehow I knew exactly where to look. The right corner of the room near the window, and there it was, the same 7-foot figure with the enormous top hat, standing in exactly the same position relative to my bed as it had stood in the old house. Like it had measured the distance and angled precisely, recreating the exact same threatening presence in my new space. The terror hit me just as hard as it had when I was 11, maybe harder, because now I was old enough to understand that this wasn't normal, wasn't something that happened to other people. This was a specific entity that had somehow followed me to our new house, had tracked me down, and resumed its disturbing surveillance. All the same physical reactions kicked in: the paralysis, the inability to speak or call for help, the crushing weight of supernatural fear that made it hard to breathe. But now I was also dealing with the horrifying realization that this wasn't a childhood phase I'd outgrown, but an ongoing haunting that was apparently going to follow me wherever I went. The figure looked exactly the same as it had years earlier. Same impossible height, same massive top hat that seemed to defy the laws of physics, same aura of malevolent intent that made every survival instinct I had scream warnings. But there was something different about this encounter that made it even more terrifying than my childhood experiences. Now I was old enough to understand that this entity was intelligent, that it had made a deliberate choice to find me again and resume whatever game it had been playing with my sanity and peace of mind. This wasn't some random haunting tied to a specific location. This thing had a personal interest in me, had followed me across state lines to continue its psychological torture. The encounter lasted the same amount of time as always, several minutes of being frozen under its gaze while it studied me with that calculating attention. Then it vanished just as suddenly as before, leaving me shaking and confused in my new bedroom. I didn't tell my parents about this encounter. I was 16 now, old enough that admitting to seeing monsters in my room would probably result in therapy or psychiatric evaluation rather than comfort and reassurance. Plus, I was starting to realize that whatever was happening to me was beyond normal parental solutions. The visits continued for about 6 months, maybe once or twice a month, always following the same pattern. I'd be lying in bed in the early morning hours when I'd suddenly become aware of being watched, and there it would be, my 7-foot stalker with its signature hat standing in the corner like a supernatural sentinel. But then, around my 17th birthday, the encounters stopped again. Just like they had when I was 13, the figure simply stopped appearing. I'd go to bed expecting to see it, but night after night would pass with normal, undisturbed sleep. I thought maybe I'd finally outgrown whatever was causing these experiences. Maybe the entity had lost interest in me as I got older, or maybe moving to a new house had somehow broken whatever connection had existed between us. I was wrong. About 6 months after the encounter stopped, my dad mentioned something casually over dinner that made my blood run cold. He'd been talking to some neighbors about the history of our street, and he'd learned that our house had been the site of some kind of tragedy before we moved in. The previous owners had lost their teenage son in a car accident, and they'd moved away because they couldn't bear living in the house where he'd grown up. But before that family had owned the house, there had been another tragedy, something involving multiple deaths that the neighbors weren't comfortable discussing in detail. I pressed my dad for more information, but he didn't have many specifics. Just that there had been several deaths associated with our property over the years, and that we'd gotten the house for below market value, partly because of its difficult history. The timing clicked into place with horrible clarity. The figure had stopped visiting me around the same time that I would have learned about the house's history if I'd been paying attention, like it had been waiting to see if I'd figure out the connection between the deaths and its presence. Both houses where I'd been haunted by this entity had been sites of violent, tragic deaths. The childhood house where 3 people had been murdered and hidden in the attic, and now this house where multiple people had died under circumstances bad enough that neighbors still wouldn't discuss the details decades later. I started researching everything I could find about shadow figures and supernatural entities that attach themselves to locations with violent histories. What I learned made me realize how lucky I'd been to survive those encounters without permanent psychological damage. According to the sources I found, entities like the one I'd been seeing are often connected to places where people died in fear, pain, or rage. They feed off negative emotions and traumatic events, growing stronger in locations where violence and suffering have left psychic imprints. The top hat detail was particularly disturbing when I researched it. Apparently, tall shadow figures wearing hats are often associated with the most malevolent types of hauntings, entities that derive pleasure from causing fear and psychological trauma in living people. These beings don't just happen to appear in places where people died. They're drawn to such locations specifically because they can use the residual energy from traumatic events to manifest more powerfully and interact more directly with the physical world. My childhood and teenage bedrooms had been positioned directly below areas where people had died violently. In the first house, my room was underneath the attic where 3 murder victims had been hidden. In the second house, I was sleeping in or near the location where the previous tragedies had occurred. The entity had been using the psychic energy left behind by those deaths to visit me, to study me, to feed off my terror during those midnight encounters. I hadn't just been having supernatural experiences. I'd been serving as a source of entertainment for something that existed primarily to cause suffering. Looking back, I can see patterns in the encounters that I didn't recognize at the time. The figure had always appeared when I was most vulnerable, exhausted from physical activity, deeply asleep, alone and unable to call for help. It had positioned itself in locations where it could observe me most effectively, while remaining partially hidden in shadows. Most disturbing of all, it had followed me from one house to another, suggesting that our connection had become strong enough for it to track me across distances. I hadn't just been a random victim of a localized haunting. I'd become a specific target for this entity's attention. The encounters stopped when I turned 17, and they've never resumed. I'm in my 30s now, and I've lived in several different places without experiencing anything supernatural. Whatever interest that figure had in me seems to have ended when I reached full adulthood, but I still check the corners of every bedroom before I go to sleep, and I still wake up sometimes with the phantom memory of being watched by something impossibly tall and malevolent. The encounters may have stopped, but the psychological impact of being stalked by a supernatural predator has never fully faded. I've never lived in another house with a history of violent deaths, and I never plan to. I research the background of every place I consider renting or buying, making sure there are no tragedies or unexplained incidents associated with the property. Because I know now that some entities are attracted to specific types of locations, and that they can form attachments to people who are sensitive enough to perceive their presence. I spent 6 years of my life serving as entertainment for something that existed in the shadows between the world of the living and whatever comes after death. The figure with the top hat taught me that not all supernatural encounters are harmless or benevolent. Some entities exist purely to cause fear and psychological trauma, and they're drawn to places where death and violence have left permanent scars on the fabric of reality. I survived those encounters, but I know how easily things could have gone differently. If the entity had been more aggressive, if I'd been more psychologically vulnerable, if the connection between us had grown stronger over time, any of those factors could have resulted in permanent damage or worse. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, and some presences are better left unacknowledged. The figure in the top hat was one of both, and I'm grateful that it lost interest in me before our relationship could evolve into something even more dangerous. But I know it's still out there somewhere, in some house where violent deaths have left psychic wounds that never heal, waiting for the next sensitive person to move in and provide a new source of terror to feed on. And I know that somewhere, there's probably another 11-year-old lying in bed right now, paralyzed with inexplicable fear, while a 7-foot figure in an impossible hat watches them from the corner of their room, taking satisfaction in their helpless terror. That thought haunts me almost as much as the memory of those midnight encounters, because I know there was nothing I could have done to warn them or protect them from something I barely survived myself. Story 15. I was 21 and completely new to the whole gay dating scene when I first downloaded Grindr. I know that sounds naive now, but back then I was this sheltered college kid who'd just come out and had no idea how any of this worked. I'd grown up in a small town where being gay wasn't really discussed, and suddenly I was in a bigger city with access to all these apps and communities I'd never known existed. Grindr was overwhelming at first. All these profile pictures and messages from guys who seemed way more experienced and confident than I felt. But I was curious and lonely, so I started chatting with people, trying to figure out how to navigate this whole new world. That's when Dad for Young messaged me. His profile was exactly what you'd expect from that username. 54 years old, looking for younger guys, with this tagline that said, "The younger the better," in big bold letters. Even typing that now makes my skin crawl, but at the time I was too inexperienced to recognize all the red flags that should have sent me running. The thing that should have terrified me immediately was how young I looked for my age. I'd always been small and baby-faced, the kind of person who got carded buying lottery tickets and had people asking which high school I was visiting when I walked around college campuses. I looked like I was maybe 16 or 17, which apparently was exactly what this guy was looking for. His first message was pretty standard, telling me I was cute, asking if I wanted to chat. Nothing too aggressive or sexual, just the kind of opening line you'd expect on a dating app. But there was something about his profile that made me uncomfortable, even though I couldn't put my finger on what exactly. Maybe it was that tagline about preferring younger guys, or the way his few profile pictures showed this older man with this predatory look in his eyes. Something about him screamed, "Stay away," but I was too polite and inexperienced to trust my instincts. We chatted for maybe 20 minutes, basic getting-to-know-you conversation, mixed with increasingly sexual comments that made me more and more uncomfortable. He kept talking about how young and innocent I looked, how he wanted to show me things I'd never experienced before. When he started pushing to meet up that same night, I finally got smart and politely declined. I told him I wasn't ready to meet anyone in person yet, that I preferred to get to know people online before taking that step. That's when his whole demeanor changed, and that's when the real terror began. Instead of accepting my polite refusal like a normal person would, he started asking where I was located, not in a general "what part of town" way, but specifically asking for my address, what campus I attended, where I lived on campus. I hadn't given him any of that information. I'd been careful not to share personal details with anyone I met on these apps, because even as naive as I was, I understood basic online safety. But then he said something that made my blood turn to ice. He said he could see that I was 3 miles away from his location and that he was getting in his car to drive over and find me. Grindr shows approximate distances between users, but 3 miles is pretty specific. More specific than the app usually provides, especially in a densely populated college area where there would be tons of users within a few miles of each other. I immediately told him I wasn't interested in meeting and asked him to leave me alone. But his messages kept coming, getting more insistent and more threatening with each one. He said he was already in his car, that he was driving around the college area looking for me. He described what kind of car he was driving, said he was checking parking lots and dormitory buildings to see if he could spot me. The really terrifying part was that his location on the app kept getting closer to mine. I could see his distance changing in real time, 3 miles, then 2.8 miles, then 2.5. He was definitely driving around, definitely getting closer to wherever I was, and definitely not taking no for an answer. My hands were shaking as I typed messages telling him to stop, that I didn't want to meet him, that he was scaring me, but he just kept responding with these messages about how he was going to find me, whether I wanted him to or not. Then his location showed 2,500 feet away from me, then 2,000 feet, then 1,500. I was sitting in my dorm room watching this stranger's digital presence get closer and closer to my actual location, while he sent me increasingly aggressive messages about what he was going to do when he found me. He started describing the buildings he was driving past, the streets he was on, landmarks that were way too close to where I was actually sitting. Like he was giving me a play-by-play of his hunt, making sure I knew he was closing in on my location. When his distance dropped to 1,000 feet, I completely panicked. I shut down the app, turned off my phone, and sat in my locked dorm room, trying not to hyperventilate. 1,000 feet meant he was somewhere on my campus, maybe in the parking lot outside my building, maybe walking around looking for someone who matched my profile pictures. I spent the next 3 hours sitting in the dark with my curtains closed, afraid to look outside or make any noise that might attract attention. Every sound in the hallway made me think it might be him, somehow having figured out which room was mine. The worst part was not knowing what his actual intentions were. Was he just trying to scare me, or did he have some plan for what he'd do if he actually found me? His messages had been sexual and aggressive, but they'd also had this undertone of genuine menace that suggested something darker than just unwanted hookup attempts. Around midnight, I finally worked up the courage to turn my phone back on and check if he'd sent any more messages. He had. A lot of them. The messages started out angry that I'd stopped responding, progressing to threats about what would happen if I kept ignoring him. Then they got really disturbing. Detailed descriptions of what he wanted to do to me, mixed with complaints about how I was wasting his time and making him drive around for nothing. But the message that still haunts me was sent about 2 hours after I'd gone offline. He said he'd had to give up looking for me that night, but that he'd found someone else instead. Someone who looked even younger than I did, who'd been more cooperative about meeting up. The casual way he mentioned finding a replacement victim, like he was talking about ordering takeout from a different restaurant, made me realize how close I'd come to being targeted by someone genuinely dangerous. I reported his profile to the app administrators and blocked his account, but I spent weeks afterward being paranoid about going anywhere alone on campus. The idea that someone could use location tracking technology to hunt people down in real time was terrifying in a way I'd never considered before. About a year later, I worked up the courage to try dating apps again, but I was much more careful about privacy settings and personal information. I'd learned to trust my instincts about people who gave off predatory vibes, and I never again ignored red flags just to be polite. But I still think about that night sometimes, about how a casual decision to chat with someone online nearly turned into something much worse. About how location sharing technology that's designed to help people connect can also be used by predators to track and stalk potential victims. Most of all, I think about that message he sent about finding someone else, someone younger and more cooperative. I never found out if that was just him trying to mess with my head, or if there was actually another young person who ended up meeting him that night. The possibility that my refusal to meet him might have led to someone else being targeted is something that still keeps me awake sometimes, because predators don't just give up when one potential victim gets away. They find another target, someone who might be even more vulnerable or less able to recognize the danger they're in. Looking back, I can see all the warning signs I missed or ignored. The username that specifically advertised his preference for young partners, the tagline about the younger the better, the immediate push for an in-person meeting, the refusal to accept my polite decline. But the biggest red flag was the way he used the app's location features to track me down in real time, turning what should have been a simple dating platform into a hunting tool. That experience taught me that online predators aren't just creepy messages and unwanted pictures. They're real people with cars and GPS capabilities who can bridge the gap between digital harassment and physical threat faster than you might think possible. It also taught me that my instincts about people are usually right, even when I can't articulate exactly why someone makes me uncomfortable. That feeling of unease I got from his profile wasn't paranoia or overthinking. It was my subconscious picking up on genuine danger signals that my conscious mind hadn't fully processed yet. I never heard from Dad for Young again after I blocked his account, and I never saw his profile on any other apps I used. But I know he's probably still out there, creating new accounts and targeting new victims, using the same location tracking tactics to hunt for young people who don't yet understand how dangerous these seemingly innocent dating platforms can become. The scariest part about the whole experience wasn't the threatening messages or even the knowledge that he was driving around looking for me. It was the realization that I'd stumbled into a situation I was completely unprepared for, with someone who clearly had experience using technology and manipulation to target vulnerable people. I was lucky that night. Lucky that my inexperience with dating apps made me cautious about meeting strangers. Lucky that his aggressive behavior scared me enough to go offline before he could narrow down my location any further. Lucky that whatever happened with his replacement victim that night wasn't something that came back to haunt me later. But I know that other young people in similar situations might not be as fortunate, especially people who are new to dating apps, who don't understand the privacy implications of location sharing, who might be more trusting or less suspicious of aggressive behavior from older users. The Dad for Young types of the world are counting on that inexperience and vulnerability. They're using these apps specifically to target people who don't yet know how to protect themselves, who might be flattered by attention from older, more experienced partners. And they're using location technology to turn online harassment into real-world stalking, collapsing the distance between digital and physical threat in ways that can leave their targets feeling completely helpless and exposed. I still use dating apps occasionally, but I'm much more careful about privacy settings and personal information. I trust my instincts when someone gives me bad vibes, and I don't worry about being rude to people who refuse to respect my boundaries. Because that night taught me that politeness and giving people the benefit of the doubt can be dangerous luxuries when you're dealing with predators who see your courtesy as weakness to exploit. The internet has created amazing opportunities for people to connect and find community, especially for marginalized groups like LGBTQ plus individuals who might not have access to those networks in their offline lives. But it's also created new tools for predators and new ways for dangerous people to access and target vulnerable populations. The same technology that can help isolated young gay people find community and support can also help predators find and track potential victims with unprecedented precision and efficiency. That's a reality that everyone needs to understand, but especially young people who are just starting to explore online dating and social networking, because the dad for young types are out there. They're using these platforms exactly as designed, and they're counting on inexperience and politeness to help them get access to people who should never have to deal with their predatory behavior. I was 21 when this happened, old enough to legally consent to whatever activities this person had in mind. But I looked much younger, and his preferences clearly ran toward people who were or appeared to be underage. That's something I try not to think about too much, because the implications are too disturbing to fully process. But it's also something that makes me grateful. I trusted my instincts and got offline before the situation could escalate further. Because sometimes the difference between a scary story and a genuine tragedy is just luck, timing, and the courage to prioritize your safety over social politeness when someone is making you uncomfortable.